Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How we doing, boys and ghouls? And girls, also. Girls and ghouls, both equally important here. Hey, guys. Yeah, sorry about I clicked, okay? I clicked while it still said 11:30, but it popped over to 11:31 before it actually started transmitting because there's a delay. There's a delay in case I say, fuck. No, I'm just kidding. We'll say that later. It's just too early. I'm not ready for it. I'm not warmed up enough yet for hateful slurs. Let's see. We've got is he gonna fucking jip us on Rumble and go to YouTube members only again? No, that's not. Tonight is not a members only stream. And I'm sorry, but I'm a loser who didn't stream enough last month. I didn't stream enough last month, and so I didn't make the Rumble Creator program because I didn't I think I did 2 shows, so I didn't have enough I get the watch hours right away. I get the watch hours in one show, but it's the you have to do 5 raids, 5 independent raids per month. And then now you have to do 20 shorts, and I haven't uploaded fucking any of them because I've just been behind, but I have some of the, the AI clip shorts or whatever. I'm torn on the AI clip shorts. Some of them are okay. Most of them are kind of pointless. The descriptions are obviously AI, and so that's annoying because I feel like you don't actually get much value out of the AI shorts other than it'll clip them really fast, but they don't really seem to perform. And if you're then going and having to rewatch every damn thing that the AI makes and then adjust it and then write up a new description because the description it comes up with looks very, very Chat GPT-ish, and I don't know if there's value in having it. So I don't know. Who knows? Here's the deal. I'm lazy. I'm lazy, and I want things to just happen one way and then stay that way forever. But that's not how the world works, right? You have to keep on the ball with this stuff, and you have to keep learning and changing and growing because audience changes and how they, all of that. But I don't want to. And the crazy thing is, though, I say that, I know that some of the top performing shorts out there are just AI things that hit certain algorithms and trend. And that's it's just how it goes. I've just never been great at that in general. I think one of the things I do is I make things too witty or too complex, too verbose, whatever it is, because I'm so smart and creative, and other people just can't keep up with it. No, people one of the things I've always struggled with is just sort of that very simple, blunt approach. Cause I always want to use my training and talents and add to it, but that's wrong. That's why I was never a good salesman. Salesmen are just buy the TV though. Yeah, I can tell you about pixels all day, but look at it, buy it, put it in your house. It would be great. And people are you know what? I should just probably buy this TV. It's yeah. Let's go open your trunk, see if it fits. And then that's how you sell the damn TV. You don't sit there and talk about all the features and, oh, well, this connects to Hulu. Who cares? Everything connects to Hulu. My ass is connected to Hulu and I can fart out the audio of whatever show I want. Like none of the feature selling is never effective. Value selling is effective. And I'm not good at it. I'm not like, this will save you time, save you money, make you happy. That's it. I know it. I know intuitively, or not intuitively. I know from, teaching and learning like what's important. I just don't do it naturally. Little sounding will fix them right up. Exactly. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you guys want to do sounding? Like I don't know. I don't know what to do about that. Okay. All right. We're going to be talking Tyler Robinson today. We're going to be talking Tyler Robinson and Charlie Kirk and conspiracy theorists and Judaism. Zero. No. Oh, that's not a zero. That's what you want your urethra to look like after being sounded. So that's nice. That's good. Sunachi, I still have hair, but barely. Like it's like it's retreating like a Frenchman. Nick looks more like an Elden Ring character than normal. Parentheses derogatory. In case you thought this was a compliment, it isn't. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Are you sitting on an electric chair? What's up with the hair? Yes, I am sitting on an electric chair. No, I don't know, man. I just kind of floof it up and let it go. So that's it. But yeah, we're talking Tyler Robinson. We're talking conspiracy. I don't know if you guys have been following the saga of this receipt. This receipt from Cowboys Smokehouse in Panguitch or something, Utah, which is a place that is not close to anywhere, I guess. And this has welcome to the bald club. I know, which is funny. I've been told I'm bald for years by people, and I'm like, well, I think I see hair there, and then they've convinced me now that there isn't any. So that's true. That's true. Actually, silence. We're going to talk about this in just a second. But I don't know if you guys have been following the receipt thing, but there was an eyewitness account that Tyler Robinson was at this steakhouse in Panguitch, or I don't know how to fucking say it, Utah. And if they were, it would quote unquote make the timeline of the prosecution impossible. That has been blown up like a Jewish microphone today. So, okay, so Exile the Knights of Malta says Nick's hairdresser is home, gasping for breath. Okay, I hope she's fucking gasping for breath. She left me. She left me. I needed her. I needed her. No, she just she randomly moved away the other day. She's like, poof, off to the Twin Cities. And so I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't even know how to get my hair cut anymore. Flightlist says it was Jewish pagers. Well, clearly you are not up on how Charlie Kirk actually died, which was a shaped charge from his Jewish microphone that exploded and blew a hole into his neck like this way. Even though it's over here, it blew a hole in this. Is very good, I guess. So all right. But anyway, this would have blown up the entire case. It is an alibi for Tyler Robinson that takes away a lot of the facts. And here's the thing with people who, and this is not meant to be derogatory. Okay. This is really not. So if it comes across derogatory, one, fuck you. And two, it's not meant to. To properly engage conspiracy, all right? To properly engage conspiracy, you must distrust the narrative, right? The main narrative, and you must be willing to accept a less fleshed out, concealed, factual timeline. You must be willing to do that, because otherwise you can't engage conspiracy. You can't do it, because if you go, I believe all of the facts that are being brought into court, but I also believe this is well, they're necessarily in conflict. And the requirement of believing the correct fact in a conspiracy is the requirement is that you disregard the government narrative. And for some reason, it's to disregard it in full. But I disagree with this, but that's what they do. And once you disagree with the narrative, then you're willing to accept the counter narrative piece by piece by piece. And you know that concealment and intervention and bribery and all that stuff has made this information impossible to access and collate and present. So your ability to grab insight into it and to see it, it puts you at a level above the people who are out there who are blind to the truth and still accepting the facts given to them by their graders. This is not derogatory. It is how embracing conspiracy must work. And people can do this naturally, like some people do it naturally and they're like, no, I don't trust anything. And that's just how they go. And then there are other people who can engage that at will to various levels. Maybe they want to take an approach that says, okay, if I'm critical of everything, can I accept this thing? And that's okay. All of these things are fine. But the problem is you do have to look at a bunch of facts and go, nope, it's this other thing. And this other thing is usually not supported very well. So we're going to talk kind of in depth about that in the category of this receipt. This receipt was presented primarily, as I saw, by this guy named Diligent Denizen, whom I said a tweet of his was faggy, and then he responded to me, which was funny. So we'll explore this and this person and see how reasonable they seem. Candace Owens is obviously involved. Baron Coleman, and I'm just going to say it. Baron Coleman, I haven't seen I haven't seen this Baron Coleman guy since 2019. I don't remember that it was him, other than like, I know it's him now, but I didn't remember. I didn't recognize the name or whatever. This guy's a fucking loser. And what he's doing is disgusting. What he is doing is absolutely gross. He should probably, he should get that thing where like your prostate and balls hurt like randomly sometimes, where you're just like, oh God, like, oh, and then it gets like, it turns into a stomach ache. I don't know, like maybe I probably like sat on my balls when that happened. Like, I'm not sure, but whatever causes that should happen to him, because this guy sucks. He's either evil, like genuinely evil, or he's fucking retarded. And I mean that in the nicest way possible. I mean, Tim Wall's retarded. This guy has to be dumb to be who he is. So he's involved. So fuck that guy. You know what, dork girl? I'm not gonna take your abuse today. Barron is not awesome, Diane Hill. Barron is not awesome. Barron is lying on a daily basis, and he knows it. That's what makes it worse. He's coming out and he is lying. He is not applying the principles of law. He is not looking at evidence critically. If he were to present in court anything he has said online about this stuff, he would be disbarred almost immediately. Like, it is a crazy level of dishonesty. He is awful. He is awful, awful, awful. People who use the R word are not so nice. I am not nice. I don't know where this fucking rumor came from. I'm not nice. No. Okay, sorry. Wayne or Monkey. I have not seen him since 29 until recently with the Tyler Robinson thing. He's popped into the Tyler Robinson thing. But 2019. In 2019, he was also doing this. I just didn't know anything about him. And if you want to go back and look, read my initial review of the lawsuit from whatchamacallit, Gavin McInnes versus the Southern Poverty Law Center. His complaint, his name's on it. He signed it. Go watch my review of it. By the way, I was right. I was correct on that. that lawsuit got dismissed hard in October. Boom. Ouch. Gone. He was wrong. And the reason he was wrong is the stuff I was saying. It was a political ad for the Proud Boys. It was not a representative defamation lawsuit. That's not good. That's a bad thing. Gavin McInnes had to wait 6 years just to be told by the court that he was an idiot. Anybody reading that lawsuit with some honesty would say, God damn, I wish someone competent wrote this because this will not work. And go back and watch that video. We should do a watch party of me, because I keep showing you guys dummies. I should show you the smartest dummy. And we should watch that sometime and go, wow, let's take a look at this. Now let's assess Baron Coleman now. What's Baron Coleman doing now? Still losing lawsuits. The other thing he's doing is he's going out and he is not applying. He is not applying any of the training he would have gotten in law school. He is not applying reason. He's not following the rules. And I mean the rules that guide us on how we assess cases. Like if you want to explore conspiracy or whatever, like go ahead. But this motherfucker's a lawyer. There's a set of rules that lawyers follow to assess the truth of the matter as best we can. It's an adversarial system. Both sides have access to the same tools, and you go at it. And then you have some finder of fact who's, some level of neutral as we can get. And then they kind of discern the story based on what we elicit and what we submit. But it's about generating a narrative out of the facts that's true. He's doing the opposite. He did the opposite with Gavin McInnes. He's doing the opposite now. Every other case in his life, I don't know. I've seen a couple things that make me question his ability. But I know that in these two things, he's either intentionally dishonest or he's dishonest because he genuinely doesn't know. I'm not sure which one's more dangerous. I love this. Suddenly Nick cares about ethics. Yeah, I've always cared about ethics. What are you talking about? I'm the most ethically, not ethically, I was going to say ethically challenged, but that's not right. I'm one of the highest challenged lawyers on ethics in Minnesota, and I've won every single ethics case that has come to me. You know why? Because I'm honest, I know my rights, and I know the rules. And that's it. It's that simple. And believe me, I've gotten a lot of advice on how to deal with the ethics complaints and the stuff that come in. And everything people have said, they're like, oh, you should get an expert on this. You should get someone to represent you. This is really dangerous. You know what I do? I write back to the ethics board and I said, yeah, I called that motherfucker a cunt because he's a cunt. And he doesn't get to be a cunt on my watch. But I wasn't representing anybody when I did it. And I have every right to call that fucking loser a cunt. That's you, David Schneider. You are a cunt. But here's the thing. I think I've got 57 ethics complaints now. All of them I have beaten with flying colors. Go me. Go me. But yeah, I care about ethics. I care about the legal profession. I do. I hate lawyers. I hate them. I think they're all scumbags. But the reason I hate them is because they take their training, their authority, and people's, I'm going to say this word, and it's not the right word. I can't think of a better one. The people's reverence for the practice of law and the practitioners of law. And they abuse it. They abuse that authority instilled into them. They abuse that responsibility that's given to them all the time, either in a case or in Barron's case, publicly creating a false narrative, publicly ignoring the rules of evidence and ignoring how we do things, to say that things that don't matter, to say that things that aren't supported, say things are outright false, those things are important. And to convince a bunch of people who don't know how to do that, to convince them that the opposite of the truth is true, that's wicked. Farron Clough says, you're a fucking idiot. Hey, guess what? You know what? Barron wrote that case for the Gavin McInnes, and I went through it and I criticized it, and he lost the case based on that, based on exactly what I was talking about. So if I'm a fucking idiot, great. He's dumber. He always will be. The hair's not working. My hair is not black. How dare you? But anyway, so we'll get into that. And then the other thing I'm going to do is another popular thing. I'm going to say that Chris Nolan's Odyssey is shite. It's fucking shite. It's garbage. It's terrible. Absolutely terrible. And we'll talk about it a little bit because I did see it, I think yesterday. I think it was yesterday. I was on the Jack show yesterday talking about it. I think it was yesterday. Yeah, yesterday was the day it was released out here. It was terrible. Hopeg8031 says, I only saw the video of Barron calling out influencers for lying about the video being in 4K. That seems to be correct. How do you know? You haven't seen the video. Neither has Barron. So how do we know it's not in 4K? 4K, I want to... The hard thing about resolution is explaining it to people. 4K doesn't mean it's clear. You can have 4K video that isn't clear. This camera, actually, what you're looking at, my screen, I don't think it's, well, I think I broadcast in 1080, but it might even be below 1080, like the camera itself. What it's capturing, what it's screen grabbing, but it's exceedingly clear. It's wonderful, wonderful, beautiful camera. Wonderful. Shows all of my flaws, all of those things. I used to use a 4K camera. Before I switched to this one, that was a 4K camera. It looked way worse than this. It's way less clear. It's not as good. There's so much that goes into what is captured. It doesn't really matter what's output. Saying something's a video that's in 4K is or isn't true, whichever, it doesn't really matter. It's irrelevant. 4K isn't a very high resolution in reality. It's a high video resolution. Takes a lot of bandwidth to put out that video. But ultimately, it's just 2160p, right? Like 2160p. The camera I'm using when it captures photos is 59 megapixels, way higher way higher than that. But there's so many factors that go into video production, video capture, and then video replay that resolution and things become kind of meaningless. Resolution matters on a TV. It is the physical number of pixels available to display data. But providing a 4K picture doesn't really mean that it's going to be great quality. Like, I don't know how else to explain that. But people are getting wrapped up in this 4K video thing. Until we see it, we don't know. Cheese Danish says 4K is like 9 megapixels. Yeah, 8.3, he says. 8.3. Hopeg says, okay, but influencers were saying they could see Tyler pulling the trigger. This is incorrect. I think what their wording was we can see Tyler take the shot, which means different things to different people. Some people thought that meant we could see him pull the trigger, take the shot, like the gun recoil and stuff like that. Other people meant that as we could see him lay down in the spot where the shot would be taken with something that looks like a rifle and then get up and leave right after the shot was taken. The timelines match up. So like what? I'll just show you. We'll just show you. Okay. I'll just show you about some of this stuff. We'll just go through it. Because I do think I saw him saying something really stupid about this receipt situation. But the crazy thing is, Barron, and this is why I hate this expression, Barron is saying, follow the money, follow the money, follow the money. Barron has made $500,000 at least covering Tyler Robinson so far this year. Which I've no problem with people making money. None. All right. But if you're going to sit there and say, follow the money, follow the money, follow the money, he is incentivized to act in the way he does. Not by some organization, not by whatever, it's organic. But I mean, I say it's organic. I don't think it's astroturfed. I think it's organic. It's just when you concentrate like the conspiracy crowd into one place, they tend to give a decent amount of money because finally they found some place that accepts their theories, is willing to entertain their questions that they're just asking, etc. But you can't sit there and rake in a ton of money and be like, well, if you follow the money, that's where you'll find the corruption. It's like, well, that doesn't make sense, brother. Everybody who says that is always well paid. But anyway, I'm just going to show you. I'm going to show you the receipt thing and we'll go through it. And then we're going to talk Christopher Nolan's Odyssey because I'm livid. So to the chap who asked when my next stream with Sargon will be, like a next painting stream or whatever, I thought actually it might be really good to bring Sargon on for a discussion about the Odyssey. I don't know if he'd be up for it. I haven't talked to him in a little bit. I mean, I talked to him just before I went to DC because there's like a little rumor that he might be there, and I was very excited and giddy and everything, but he did not end up coming. So, which means I didn't rub hard enough. But I would love to talk to Sargon about about the Odyssey. He's a guy who cares deeply about classic literature, classic philosophy, and I would assume that he fucking hates the Nolan movie, but maybe I'm wrong. I could be, and probably am. But it's been too long. I'd love to talk to him about it. Az has also done a video on the Nolan film. I will invite him. Absolutely. I like Az. I never stop liking Az. I don't know how to word this. I don't know if he can come on to my show. Take that for what you mean it for. But I don't know if he can come on to my show. But I will invite him and Sargon. I like both of them. And if he can't, if he can't come on my show or whatever, it's not his fault. And I hold no grudges about it. But drama. Okay. And for the record, if anyone's following along about what I just said, yeah, that was called pissing in the chicken feed. That's where I have poisoned the well ahead of time to allow for the opportunity for that to not happen. And no one would have to say anything or whatever about it. They just have the opportunity to make that assertion or question ridiculous. Of course he could come on the show. Why wouldn't someone be able to go on Nick's show? I don't know why that would be. That seems a little silly to me. But hey, like I don't know why people do things at all. So by me saying that, it will allow the possibility that maybe he could come on and if there was going to be a problem, maybe it won't happen now. Okay, let's hit some of these chats. We've got Pendar, member for 17 months, says, I like the do. Hey, thanks, Pendar. How you doing? Nice to see you, as always. Thank you for being a member for 17 months. We love your beautiful member out here. Short Round says, they abuse it the way my kid abused the car he flipped. I'm glad you're able to joke about that. Glad you're able to joke about that. That's healthy. That's healing. Kim Bentz, member for 6 months, says Rackets is paid by Hasbara now. Good luck, bro. Wait, what's Hasbara? Oh, wait, is that like the Asian Hezbollah? Welcome to Hasbara. Is that what's happening there? I don't even know. This is the other thing, of course, there's some things about the conspiracy approach that is useful. Again, it is useful to be able to disregard a standard narrative, an accepted narrative, whatever. It's useful to be able to question everything for a moment. That's a good thing. You shouldn't always question everything all the time because, like, there's some things that that in Raisin Bran, it's going to taste good when you start eating the bowl. And by the end of the bowl, you're going to be like, I don't know why I did that. But only if you put sugar on it. That. But there's a good reason to question the narrative about, about anything. When you're doing it intentionally, when you're engaging that questioning to allow yourself the possibility of gathering new information or difficult information or answering unresolved questions. You could say, okay, well, what if I ignore the narrative entirely? Does that then allow me to approach this in a different way that makes this difficult piece of the puzzle explainable? Sure, that's a critical approach. It's critical theory right there. But the thing that is going on that is not very useful is if you disagree with the conspiracy side or whatever, it absolutely must be because you are paid to do so. And the problem with that is not enough organizations are paying me, because none are. Not enough organizations are paying me to have my opinion. So I want that to happen. I'm looking for a Jewish sugar daddy, like a sugar rabbi, I guess, or whatever it is. I'm willing to be a paid shill for whomever. SF, aka SF, member for 7 months, says, Nick, did you see the trailer for I Play Rocky? No, I did not. I don't know what that is. Job for 9, member for 5 months, says, are you growing out your hair? I'm growing in my hair, actually. That's what I'm doing. I take the hair anywhere I can find it, usually behind toilets and gas stations, and I put it on my scalp with some Miracle Grow paste, and I hope that it lands. That's what I'm doing. So I want the hair to grow down into my head. Here we go. I like this one. This is good. Second time you've announced a willingness to be bought, starting to worry me, Raggeds. Don't worry. It doesn't matter how many times I announce it. It doesn't ever happen. And that's a point I made the other day. I never think about someone being bought. I don't think about someone being paid or what, well, except for the Christopher Nolan review stuff. But it's not that simple with that one. There may be like a marketing network firm that's out there to put out access and whatever. Who knows? We know that there are certain things you cannot say or do if you want access to review material. It's a naturally compromising profession, because if all you do is criticize things as not great, or you put them through some rigorous literary analysis or whatever, and you come to the conclusion over and over that they're missing key points, etc. Guess what? They're going to stop sending you advanced copies, advanced tickets. They're going to just stop, because they're like, yeah, well, we don't have to do this. There's no rule about it. There's no equality that's required. They can send stuff out to whomever they want. If you're a reviewer for Asus and you say all their products are trash, guess they'll stop sending them to you eventually. They'll be like, okay, dick. And they'll just stop. Because why would they pay someone to say their products aren't good? Or why would they, I shouldn't say pay someone. Why would they confer a benefit at their own expense to someone who says every product is bad? That guy's not helping them sell products. Now there are some, reviewers or whatever who can do that, who can sell the negative, or the negative is like done in such a way where it's like, wow, this person's honest. And one negative review doesn't do it, right? Like, because one negative review, even a strategically negative review, can be really useful because it bolsters credibility when not all your stuff is positive, but there's a couple critical things in there. Maybe they're not the worst, but they come in, they're like, no, this guy is honest because it's not always right. That sort of thing. Psychology here. But I'm not saying who does and doesn't do that. That's irrelevant, but that could be. But outside of that sort of scenario, they want positive reviews as much as possible. And they'll tolerate a negative review or two. But if you keep giving it to them, they'll be like, you know what? Like, there's a bunch of other homeless people who could watch our movies, and they'll find one. So that when I talk about like reviews and access and people getting paid, etc., that is a culture in reviewing. It's a problem with reviewing that has to be constantly, people have to be constantly vigilant against. It's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people believe there are organizations that directly pay people to do stuff. And that does happen. That has happened, right? Obviously. That's never happened for me. No one's even reached out and offered. But these people, there's a group of people out there who all have the same opinion, who all think that the other people must be getting paid. And it does make you start to wonder why. Why do you think that everybody else is getting paid? My lived experience is not one of getting paid by some group to astroturf an opinion. So why would I think that other people are? if my opinion or if my lived experience is that I did get paid to do that, maybe I would think that other people are. Maybe that makes sense, right? Like maybe that's the logical thing. But I don't know. Who knows? All I know is that it's a really irritating thing. It's a logical fallacy, for one. And it's always it's a veiled accusation. They're just asking the question of if you were compromised completely, you fucking shill, by asking if you're getting paid by the Goyim, wait, not by the Goyim pleaser, Jew, liar guy, whatever guy is allowed to lie to the goys or whatever. You know what it is. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I want my fake money. Yeah. No, man, I am joking. I am joking, by the way. I will tell you this. I mentioned this the other day somewhere. I don't remember where I was, but in any contract that I've done with Rumble, with, to do ads for whatever, I said, I will not follow your script. Like you can send me like a guideline of what you would want me to say, but I'm not going to read your review of the product. I will review the product and give my honest opinion on it, whether I like it or I hate it. That's what I'll do, to do a sponsored ad read. And so if they didn't want to do that, if they're like, no, you have to say these things, I didn't do it. Very simple. Very simple. I'm not going to take money to be told how to speak. That goes against my every fiber of my being. And yeah. Dex Deadly says Ricada Law looking very lesbian Rod Stewart, and then posted a very lesbian Rod Stewart picture in the locals chat. Thank you. You're banned. Okay, we got Com and Tilly's says thoughts on Masterson leaving biggest problem. I have not, I must confess, I have not been following the biggest problem. I found out that I have bigger problems to deal with, like on a regular basis. And I think Vito was destroying the show. Thinking about it now, what do I think about Dick leaving the show? I mean, I think that's a shame. I think he is the biggest part of what made the show successful with Maddox. And then obviously what carried the success. Whatever anybody thinks of Vito, I just don't think he has the same drive and vision to succeed that Dick has had for a while. That being said, I think with Dick's tinnitus and just getting tired of dealing with some stuff being Vito, I think, and then the other stuff that comes with putting on a show, and being, being beholden to someone or something when you have like a condition that makes it hard to do your job. So like you got the tinnitus, but then it's like, it's not just his own show that gets like missed or whatever. He has to email Vito, I can't make it, or we need to push the show, or I can't do it today, etc. And you get tired of doing that shit. The final thing that I'll say is this. Creating content, for some people is easier than others. There's a lot that goes into it. But I think it's probably true for just about everybody that after you do it for a while, it's exhausting. It's a little bit exhausting. You have to be the driving, fueling force of what you're doing. You can rely on other stuff. People can send you submissions, suggestions, or whatever. But the reality is, even with those things, you got to review them. You got to get them ready. You got to do all that. And then you have to come and you have to make that entertaining every single time, or informative or educational, whatever your platform is. And there are times, guys, where it is just like, you look at it and go, I don't know what I'm going to talk about tonight. I don't know what I'm going to do necessarily. And I'm now like what, 8 years? And I started November 2017. So I'm almost 9 years into doing this. And like some days it's like, fuck, like I'm keeping up on real life and it gets really difficult to keep up on different subjects and stuff like that. Cause anytime you want to look at stuff and go, okay, is this going to be good for the show? And you want to sit down, do show prep or research or whatever. Sometimes like right now, anytime I do that, something needs to be done. I need to do something else. I need to help somebody do something. And there just isn't really a way around it sometimes. So it gets kind of tiring. But I think if biggest problem is causing him more stress and pain and trouble than the money it's bringing in, then good. He left it. Vito has it. Vito can turn it into something that makes money, I guess. Who's Vito's co-host? I haven't seen it. Special Sauce says, we get it, Raggets. You have a life and a family. No, I have a masturbation schedule. Okay. My God. Don't put that on me. Special Sauce member for 4 months says Kurt's brisket runs the media. It does. It is very Jewish. That has been great, by the way. People are calling me out because I shit all over Kurt's brisket, his shitty like oven brisket. And then like the next video in my feed was someone else doing an oven brisket. And they're like, see? And it's like, see what? Smoked brisket's better still, you losers. Just because some other dummy puts his brisket in the oven instead of a smoker doesn't mean that it's like okay. It's like saying, oh, my neighbor also abuses children, so it's fine. No, bad Kurt, bad black guy who fucking cooked brisket in an oven after him. Gross, icky. Go back to slavery. SF, aka SF, says it's a movie telling Sly's story of what he had to go through to get Rocky made. Oh, that's probably cool. I haven't heard of it or seen the preview, but it seems like a good premise. Yeah, Jim tells you, I know Jim tells you, by the way, who rated the stream while I was rambling on. Big thank you. Big ups to Jim for rating the stream over on Rumble. I don't know if he rated on YouTube. If he did, thanks. If he didn't, rude. But he says all you have to do is open your email. 90% of the top daily topical stories are all in there. I know, but like I still have to like sit down and figure out what the fuck they are, what they're talking about. Half the shit, like you send this great list, and it really is a great list. Most of the shit, I'm like, I don't even know what this is. I don't know what's going on in any of it. So we are going to do another dummy vision really soon. Jim's going to join me for that one. It'll be the second dummy vision. And by really soon, I want to do it in the next couple days here, maybe even tomorrow. If we get a good video candidate for it, but we're going to do dummy vision. It'll probably be about Tyler Robinson. I don't know. Or maybe we'll just watch Candace Owens videos in general. That'll be funny. Or anybody. Job for 9 says, are you going to be talking about the election stuff POTUS spoke about yesterday? See, I have no idea what that is. No idea what that is at all. Not tonight. Maybe, I don't know, if someone sends me a link mid-show, we could do something like that. I'm not opposed. Kevin Hunts says, did you look at Baron photo? Burns on chest. Those aren't burns, it's blood. That's blood. It's not burns. Look at the Chally casket burn on hand, shattered mic, seal that got Osama, said it looked like an explosion. 30-06 is gay. Well, 30-06 can be gay, but it's good at penetrating men. Just like a homosexual. Look, the exploding mic, first of all, I haven't seen evidence that a mic exploded. I have seen something that kind of looks like a mic being damaged. But this like exploding mic. Oh, wait, you said shattered mic. You said shattered mic, to be fair. The bullet hitting his neck still causes hydrostatic shock in the body is one thing, which, by the way, we haven't talked about this because the physics of what happens inside a human body is actually complicated because you do have hydrostatic shock, which creates a pressure wave that goes away from the wound, from where the puncture is. You have a lot of force going into one spot, and all the fluid around that is disrupted by a shock wave, and it has to go away. If there's not much space or distance, I don't know if you guys know this, but when a shock wave hits a wall, it has two options: blow open the wall or go back to where it came from. That shock wave is ahead of the bullet. That shock wave actually begins before the bullet makes impact because it's compressing the air. When that bullet hits, the shock wave, that energy is transferred into the body. If there's not a lot of space, it comes back. It goes right back to the neck and then comes back. And guess what? It acts on the bullet. Except it acts differently than air does because now you have a lot more dense material than air. So a lot of different stuff happens, and it's hard to know exactly what's going on because you have a lot of things. It's all kind of figure outable. It is, but it's like breaking an egg. Sure, if you have infinite processing power, you can show exactly how the egg broke. You can go forward and backward. You could reassemble all the pieces, like and rewind. You can do all that if you have a lot of processing power. But like, what's the point? It's much harder to do in a body, but like in theory, you could figure it all out. But you'd have to know a lot of variables that you don't know. Like we don't know what Charlie's blood pressure was that day. We don't know how hydrated he was. We don't know if he was having a fat day or a skinny day. We don't know any of those things. So we can't get all the variables just right. But we do know certain things about how force works, about how bullets work, how bodies work. Everybody who's definitively telling you that what happened, what is alleged to happen, can't happen, has a big giant problem. The biggest giant problem is that it did happen. And usually what we're doing is trying to explain what happened. They're not. They're trying to tell you that what happened couldn't have happened and something else must have happened. And the something else all have much, much more difficult problems. A shaped charge from an exploding microphone did not kill Charlie Kirk. It just didn't. I don't know. If it did, I will eat the biggest burger that Burger King sells on street and pray for death at that time. But it didn't. A shaped charge from a microphone did not kill Charlie Kirk. I promise you. It just didn't. Barron trying to sell this narrative is lying to you. Like he is lying to you. I don't know how else to say it. He knows it's not true. If he doesn't know it's not true, that's worse. By the way, Kevin, thank you for the giant super chats. Are you funded by Mossad, sir? Chuck Morris 8130. Member for 9 months is a member just above average length, but just below too big, just below crying on her birthday size. So very nice, very nice. Not a member for 9 months. That's 9 is a great number, and I'm proud of you for being there. An honest doubter says, I hate current events review slop. I like you. I don't want to do current events review slop. Like that's not the show. The show, this is part of the grander Tyler Robinson case. And once I get into once I get into the Tyler Robinson, this receipt thing, which I'm going to ramble and never get into it and then end the show. But once we get into it, we're going to tie it into how facts work in court. We're going to tie it into the law. We're going to tie it into why the rules of evidence exist in the way that they do, and why we should be suspicious of this stuff. You don't have to discount it. You don't have to say, oh, these people are wrong, Nick's right. Like, what? I'm not even saying I'm right. I'm saying the level of skepticism that people have towards the conspiracy evidence is so much lower than it is for any other evidence. And you have to ask why. Why do you think that this one fact that does not logically tie into anything else, why is this one more important, more trustworthy, more critical? And if you're going to look at other people's information about this, if you're going to be doing your research, you need to be able to analyze or answer that question. Why is that fact? Why is this one? They don't believe anything else, but they believe this thing. Why do they believe it? Why are they telling me that this must be what happened? I mean, I get that it destroys the narrative of the feds and the 3-letter agencies and all that stuff, but where's their critical thinking? Where's their just asking questions on this? Because they don't ask the questions. No one asked the questions on the receipt. If you asked the questions on the receipt, you would have gotten the answer, because a guy did. A guy asked a question on the receipt. He got the answer from the owner of the store. The owner of the store says, that wasn't Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson did not eat here that night. Oh, well, what have we been arguing about over the last 4 days? Nothing. We've been arguing about something made up by someone for whatever purpose and then presented as if it was true, but it never was. And I'll give some reasons as to why that might be. There's some really obvious and basic reasons as to why people might come up with a fact, why they might have seen Tyler Robinson when they didn't. There's basic, non-nefarious reasons for all of this stuff. It goes down to human psychology and desires and all that, and we'll talk about it. And then there's also bad reasons. And then the crazy thing is both can exist. Like, one person can have kind of normal reasons that cause what we call in the business a mistake. And then someone with a more nefarious or self-centered, it doesn't have to be evil to be improper. An improper purpose will then take the mistake and knowingly present it as if it's not a mistake. So we'll talk about that too. But yeah, this isn't current events. This is a case we're going to be talking a lot about as it progresses. Kevin Hunts with another big super chat. See, this is your problem. I want to scream at you and yell at you, but you're buying me off like I'm Palestine or whatever. I'm just kidding. I just, you run out of ways. You really run out of ways to say thanks. I really do appreciate the large chats. I don't take them for granted or anything. And thanks for bringing good energy and questions to the show. Thank you for being a good sport. I am not trying to, I'm not trying to make fun of you or like dump on you or anything. I know that these questions are asked genuinely, and I try to give them genuine answers, even when I chuckle a little bit, various things. But he says, do a slow-mo, you homo. Shirt goes up before the hole in the neck. I know. And I've explained this. How did the chain break? I don't necessarily, like, when I say I don't know, it's because there's a lot of things that can cause a chain to break. You can see shards fall out of the shirt. How do you know? Like, what's a shard? You can't say the road mic broke in the car. I never did. I would think that if you have a pressure wave on the shirt, you have a chain that's breaking in the vicinity. I assume it's a neck chain that you're talking about. So you've got a neck chain that's breaking. You've got a shirt that has an obvious shock wave. If you go frame by frame, you'll watch the hydrostatic pressure wave hit Charlie's neck as it inflates. It inflates. He looks like a fucking frog. It's like right before he dies. And there's a lot of energy transfer that happens when a bullet hits a person. And what happens to everything around that is a chain reaction of things. The chain could break because maybe the bullet hit the chain, right? Like maybe the bullet hit the chain on its way into the neck and it broke the chain. Maybe the hydrostatic, like I don't know how big the chain was. Maybe he was a submissive and it was a choker or whatever. So the hydrostatic pressure when his throat expands pops up like the flimsy chain. I don't know, but there's a lot of reasons it could happen. And this is one of those things where if you ask for a specific thing, like I can do my best to try and figure it out, but I don't have all the info either. But I'll say this, and I think people will take this out of style, but just as not every question, accusation, or whatever is worth responding to, not every possibility in these things is worth pursuing. And people get lost on that because they're like, well, why didn't they pursue this? They must be paid off. It must be a plot. And it's like, or they looked at it and go, we can't solve this easily. Can't see how this is relevant. This doesn't seem connected. And so then it just sits there. And someone else comes along and they're like, this actually is connected. And then it either is or it isn't. And it might get assessed or it might not. But we don't necessarily know. And I don't know if we'll be able to do it. But do a slow-mo, you homo. Shirt goes up before the hole in the neck. Had a chain break. Yeah. Okay. And so shot in neck, burned shirt. I haven't seen the burned shirt. Like I haven't seen that. I've seen people say it. But, if anybody's got a good link of the slow-mo video, I'm happy to go through it. But again, thanks again. Stupid April, member for 2 months, micro member, very embarrassing. Make sure you cover that up one-handed and then tell your friend about your insecurities. That's a good idea. You should do that. Adriana Banco says, just wondering if you got my email. That's all. I did. And it's fantastic. And I am going to respond to you because, you mentioned being able to send me all the necessary file formats and all that stuff. And I definitely would love to. We're gonna talk about that because I have a thing to actually produce stuff. I'll need it in the correct format. So, but yes, I did get that. Thank you very much. Kevin again. Look, you know what, guys? Kevin's a leader. He is a leader here, and I want some people to follow him. He says, JFK Patsy, Sandy guy running in tactical, Butler sound proves 2 shooters, Patsy dead. 9/11 planes are Patsy controlled demo. Tyler Patsy could have been involved. There was a shot and exploded mic. Look at sound. Look at sound. Like a waveform? Like, I don't know what you mean. Look at sound. He says, not a submissive, not a choker. It was a nagger chain. Justice for Charlie. We're on the same team. We need to explain the shattered mic. Where's the mic? Where's the sound? Why is it under the shirt? I don't know. He wore his microphone under his shirt with frequency. That was a thing that Charlie did a lot. But why does the microphone being under the shirt bother you? Also, isn't that's a secondary mic, probably a local recording that they do for maybe edits or clips, right? Because he has another microphone out in front, doesn't he? Or am I crazy? Was it just the lav mic? I can't remember. We'll see probably in a minute. But where's the mic? Where is the sound? Why is it under shirt? That shirt isn't going to stop. Like that shirt's irrelevant to what happened, right? Like this is a very thin piece of cotton. It's not stopping a bullet. It's not stopping a shaped charge. It's not stopping a murder bagel. Like, I don't know what all the different weapons could be. I didn't think Charlie Kirk had a submissive choker, but hey, I don't judge. He was holding a mic. Yeah, okay, so that's where I saw one. Yeah, so he's holding a microphone, but he also has an under the shirt lavalier mic on the this is my right. It might be mirrored for you guys, I don't know. But he has the under the shirt lavalier mic on his right. Yeah. Here. And then the bullet hits him somewhere like around here, like just above the collarbone. It's like one of the worst areas to get hit. You're gonna die. You're gonna die right away. You're not getting saved. But he does have another mic. So like I assume that the second mic is one. It's either because they want another mic might be more clear for their local recordings, where the hand mic is for the PA that's present at the event. Cool, right? Or is because of his Jewish masters threatening him with a murder. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know why he has the mic. I should have asked the guy. I was on a Twitter Spaces a little bit earlier with I wonder if I could get back. Should I get back in there real quick? See what they're talking about. Let me see if the guy's still in there. Blake Neff. I could probably get back in there with Blake Neff and ask him why Charlie wore his mic under his shirt. Should we do that? Let's check it out. Here. Yeah, is on Twitter. I might actually I get flat. What is it? Okay. All right. I know what's going on there.
2024 when Trump was elected that night. I was surfing around a lot, but I spent most of it with Charlie there. And Charlie, even after it was clear that Trump was winning, he wanted proof. He was afraid that it would be taken away from him. And finally somebody said, yeah, Fox News, it's been confirmed. They've announced it. Trump has won. And tears were in his eye. And Erica came from behind without showing her face. I didn't even see her face. She put his hat on, his MAGA hat, his red hat, and she wrapped him in her arms. And I never saw her face during the whole thing. So this woman who wants all this attention, and she just was hugging him, and I just saw love. And everything I've seen is love coming from her. So anybody who needs a list of things that love. Well, if you love someone, you do this, you do that, you do this, you do that. And how much do you love them on a scale of 1 to 10? Would you take a bullet for them? Would you miss a meal for them? It's all ridiculous. We know what love looks like. And Blake, keep up the fight, man. I mean, the thing is, it's all quality versus quantity. We live in a time where it's all about quantity. It's get 1 million views, 1 million interactions. That's what it's all about. Doesn't matter who that million is, as long as you get many numbers. But the quality you have with you, Blake, and we're all on your side. And please pass this on to Mrs. Kirk. None of us doubt her, not one little bit. And for someone to doubt her love for Charlie just means they haven't experienced love. That's all I can think of when it comes to that.
Thank you very much. And that's very true. I mean, I don't know how much I can testify to the fact that they had an extremely admirable relationship. I get very angry at all of the claims about her like grieving incorrectly because she cried too little or cried too much or cried at the wrong time or smiled at the wrong time or did this or that. Like that genuinely disgusts me. Like I'll be frank, it's like I didn't see her terribly often before. Like I saw Charlie call her, I saw her in the office, but like I was not interacting with her as often as I did Charlie. And the period where I've interacted with her the most is in the days immediately after that. And like I got such an up close view to her, not just her mourning process, but how seriously she approached the idea of honoring her husband and his legacy and taking a very genuinely Christian approach to it. And I saw that as she was thinking like how she was going to speak at the memorial, for example. What was she going to say and all of that? And it genuinely fills me with just so much anger and loathing, like righteous anger, when I see people try to nitpick that or deny it or just outright fabricate lies about it. It makes me very upset because as you said, like they loved each other so dearly. I've mentioned this a few times that every time Charlie was landing like every time he got off a plane, it was like immediately pop up his phone to call Erica, see his kids. How excited he was, like every time it was his Shabbat, he got home, said Shabbat Shalom, poof, he was gone for 36 hours and he was spending that with Erica, with his kids. And even just on normal days, like it's kind of funny, like Charlie was a guy who worked hard, went hard 100%, and yet I think it's kind of interesting, like it was not that he was a workaholic who was in the office all the time. In fact, he very much was the kind of guy where once he was like, do I need to be at the office for anything? Nope. Bam, I'm going home. He would go home. He would be at home. There were more than one time where I was still at the office working on something, and then he starts posting he's watching the Monday Night Football game and he's with Erica, and I can go on and on, but you're so correct. Like their relationship was so strong, and it's so revolting when people try to deny that or drag that down. Or Candace is making posts about how she actually knew Charlie better because she has like a text message where he was making fun of someone in 2018. I don't even need to keep going on it, but thank you for bringing that up.
Awesome. No, thank you. Let's do Slippery. Did you have something to say?
Yeah. Just been listening for the last hour and a half, and I've gotten sort of a good overview on what's going on here, and I really appreciate this live, Gary, because
okay, so that was a bust. That was a flop. I don't want to. I can't sit around and listen to that the whole time. It was I was trying to ask why Charlie wore his microphone under his shirt to someone who literally worked with him and went to these events with him and stuff like that. But I don't know when we were going to get into it, and I'm not going to sit there and I don't want to sit there and listen to the other stuff. That's not what we're here for. Okay, let's start looking at the receipt, I guess. Right? That seems good to do. So let's go. There is another Spaces out there put on by the guy who produced the receipt, who is Diligent Denizen. And we could do that one. Oh, there is, I forgot to mention, we do have super tips available. Oh, there are some. There's 2 super tips. It didn't show me. This fucking communist system. Hey, what do we got here?
Hey, Nick, it's Uncle Rico. Pack a bag, son. You're heading for Suplex City.
Why am I getting suplexed? What did I do right?
When does a ripple become a tidal wave? When does a candle become a blaze? When does a man become a monster? Odysseus just had to kill one little baby. It couldn't even run away from his shotty. Micro,
Actually, in the Christopher Nolan version, Odysseus never has to kill a baby. There's not a baby. There is no baby. Scamander, whom the people called Astyanax, Lord of the City, he doesn't exist. The son of Hector, nope, just not around, just not a part of the story at all. They just don't care. They just don't care. Like see, I'm pissed now. Now I'm talking about the Odyssey, and it was so fucking bad. There's no baby. Odysseus doesn't want to get back home to Penelope. Penelope, it's not woke, right? Like, that's the thing on Twitter today. It's not woke. Not woke. It's not woke. Guys, it's not woke. It's not woke. Telemachus is talking to Penelope, his mother, the wife of Odysseus. And he's like, you can't just remarry or whatever. And she's like bitching about Odysseus leaving to go to war in Troy. And she says, men do what they want. Women do what's required. Odysseus did not want to go to Troy. He did not do what he wanted. He did what was required. Agamemnon, the king of Sparta, the scary one, the king of kings at the time, the greatest of all Greeks, who, by the way, got his wife, got Helen for his brother by beating everybody in a fucking tournament, including Ajax, Odysseus, and Achilles. Agamemnon, the badass, the reamer, he shows up to Ithaca with the whole army that's about to go hit Troy. And Ithaca's small. Ithaca is not Troy. And Agamemnon's like, hey, Odysseus, gonna need you to pack up there, bud. We're going to Troy. We're gonna get some gold towers and some crazy soothsaying hoes to bring home, get us killed. And Odysseus is like, I want to stay home. I got this son. I'm tired. Like, I want to run my kingdom. And Agamemnon's like, you know what? I got like a lot of guys here already. Get in the boat. And Odysseus is like, okay. I guess we'll do that. That sounds like a good idea. Penelope's she's not fucking retarded. She knows this. She knows that he had no choice. That's the whole point. Penelope tried to, Odysseus came up with a plan where it would look like he'd lost his mind. He was no longer useful. And Penelope plays along. She knows the fucking script. She knows he didn't want to go. But in this movie, that's not true. Because men do what they want. Okay. Fuck Christopher Nolan's Odyssey. Fuck it. It's bad. It's bad. All right, but we do have, I was going to say, we do have super tips available. I'm going to put the link in the chat real quick. I should have done that earlier, but I'm always bad at doing that. Oh, and no one has tonight. And this is all I'm going to say about it is there are some legal matters that I am and am not in. Well, there are some legal matters that I'm not involved in. I'm not going to talk about those. So if please don't ask me any questions about them or anything. I'm not going to. As for the legal matter that I am involved in, which is some pussy took out a restraining order against me, literally because I can't even tell you why. I can't wait to tell you why, because it's so fucking gay. But his pussy took out a restraining order against me for improper reasons. I've been fighting it for a year, as many of you may know. he was 11 days late filing his brief on a restraining order that would have otherwise already expired if the judge had given us a hearing. We have filed a motion to dismiss. He filed his brief 11 days late. He left out something from the from the common law that is required to accompany a late filed brief. He didn't do it. And so we're moving to dismiss. When whatever happens, I'll tell you, but there's nothing to really say. It's up to the judge, but that's what we have there. But the other legal matters that are adjacent to me and stuff, I'm not going to talk about them. So please don't ask. If you hear stuff about them, other channels are covering it. Go ahead and just check over there. Just wanted to get that out of the way before that becomes an issue. And if you send in a chat about it, I might not even put it up on the screen, just because, like I said, I'm not talking about it at all. So here we go. Here's a super tip message, which is available. YouTube and Rumble are certain. Super tip doesn't care where you're watching. It works on all platforms. Okay. Let's see. Kevin Hunt says mic is for the podcast, hand mic is for speakers. Look at vids. Well, yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said. He never used the Rode mic that is new. Better sound mic on overshirt is normal. Sound goes to cloud. Well, yeah, I know that that a mic over the top is normal, but for what? Why did he wear it under his shirt? Like, again, what's normal versus not normal? If this is an exploding Jewish murder microphone, doesn't Charlie know that? Or is he fooled by it? Why is he wearing it under his shirt? Is that an advertised thing? Okay, wait, it's a Rode lavalier mic? Let's see. Let's just take a look. Maybe that's a feature. Rode lavalier professional lavalier microphone. This is a big motherfucking mic. I'm guessing it's this. Well, hold on. Let me see if there's other ones. Microphones, lavalier, and wearable. So there's the lavalier 2 and the lavalier Go. I'm guessing he's wearing the lavalier 2. It's huge, for one thing. It's a premium lavalier microphone that is ideal for the most demanding audio and video applications. With a revolutionary low-profile design, superior sound quality, and professional features, it offers the ultimate performance for everything from broadcast and filmmaking to podcasting and content creation. Pairs perfectly with a wide range of audio devices. Blah, blah, blah. Overview.
Hey everyone, let me show you how to set up the lavalier 2 like a pro. The first thing you'll notice.
God, why'd you hire a Brit to do that? Fucking warn me next time. I'll share this screen real quick so you guys can see too. Here we go. Get in here. Okay, so everybody, you can only use this microphone if you're a minority, I think. Lav 2, revolutionary low profile design, ultra compact mounting clip, unique form factor. That looks tiny. The one he was using looked bigger. Superior sound for superior comfort. Now here's a pop filter, which he probably had on, which would make it a little bit larger. Oh, she was Aussie. So let's see. Delivering rich, detailed audio with a very flat frequency response and an omnidirectional polar pattern that picks up crystal clear sound from all directions. Lav 2 offers outstanding performance for everything from broadcast applications to filmmaking content. Perfect companion for a range of Rode devices. I should get one of these and try it out. That'd be cool. Lav 2 comes with what if it kills me? That's the thing. Lav 2 comes with a premium accessory kit. Get the best sound in any scenario. All right, blah, blah, blah. Can you use a smartphone or tablet? Okay, it doesn't say, should I put it on under my shirt? Key features. Hold on, someone sent me, Mr. Mike sent me the user guide. Okay, so here's a question that I have for you guys, because I don't know the answer to this. Do people think the microphone killed him, or like this thing over here is the receiver that you, like the little box that you wear that you plug the microphone into and it does the radio, the wireless transmission. Do they think that this blew up or that the microphone did? Let's see, who is it? Okay, so they killed the microphone, did it? Someone said, the mic company is obviously paying me. I mean, I have a Rodecaster Pro 2, so I am compromised, but I paid for it. I gave them Jewish dollars. They think the mic under his shirt held together by a magnet blew up the little square Rode mic. Okay. The little Rode mic installed under, so the microphone. All right. Okay, so like this transmitter, I saw one guy who was thinking that the transmitter that Charlie was wearing it just below his nipple, which typically the transmitters are worn down like on the back, like they clip onto the back of your pants, on your pants waistline or belt or whatever. So let's see. This is not where to mount your. Yeah, this is just the Wireless Pro receiver. Where is there a section on how to make it kill a prominent speaker? I don't know that one. That's probably Rode Capture. No, so I don't think it's in here. But anyway, yeah, he never used a Rode mic. That is new. Better sounding mic on over shirt is normal. Sound goes to cloud. I didn't see any particular features that would suggest that. What is that? What is that? The wireless micro. That's my porn name. The wireless micro. Are we sure it wasn't this? Are we sure it wasn't? Like, I don't know. So the wireless micro is a pocket-sized solution for capturing pristine audio with your smartphone, connected directly to your phone with no cables. Yeah, so you just slap that bad boy in the USB or the USB-C slot. I don't think it was one of these though. I think it was the lav mic, but it goes under the shirt. So, it was worn under the shirt. I don't know why he wore it under the shirt. I agree that's weird, but I don't think that has anything to do with an explosion. And if Charlie, like, it doesn't, just because it's weird that he wears it under his shirt, doesn't mean that means it's capable of murder. And then Kevin with another big super chat says, gosh dang it, can you get Owen Benjamin new wasp vaccine? Wait, what's that about? What's that about? Is the wasp vaccine the microphones? Because they kill wasps? Thank you, brother, for the donations. Really do appreciate it. And I am trying, like, I want to know why he's wearing it under his shirt, but I also like know that if that thing's going to explode and kill him, if it's under the shirt or over the shirt, probably doesn't matter. Like, it's not that, That shirt's not going to stop an explosion. Gen X Medics says people grab onto conspiracy theories to assert control. It explains things you don't understand that are awful, allowing cope and target your culprit. Some people, I think that's true, but I don't think it's all of them. Maverick Cuba says, did you watch Obsession? No. If so, what did you think? I didn't watch it, and now I never will. Ash Ukihime says, hey, Nick, it's been a while. Good to see you doing well. You too, man. I've been watching your videos and loving it. Today's my birthday. Hoping the family is doing well. My family is doing great. My daughter just got back from camp with her. She was at camp for like 5 days with her friends. So that was cool. I think we might go to a parade or something tomorrow. Who knows? Nazir says, this guy got his 7K from Candace for sure. And then he says, new law, if it's weird, that means the killer goes free. And I don't want to downplay exploring anomalies in situations like this, because that's how you do, like, that's how things that are out of place, like someone on a rooftop, for example, or as some believe, like a second shooter with a palm gun or whatever it is. But somebody out of place is what ends up killing someone, or a gun out of place, or, you know, so there is value in exploring the odd, the unexplained, all that. That's true. It's valuable. But there are diminishing returns really fast, especially when nothing links into the story and we'd have to construct an entirely different story with no evidence of it. None. There's no evidence of an alternative story. There are people who can question parts of the Tyler Robinson narrative, but we don't have a cohesive counter theory. And I know he doesn't have to prove that or anything, and that's great and wonderful. But if we're going to say that this story can't possibly make sense, where's the story that does? What's it look like? Or do we have any bits put together? Okay. Got one more of these, and then we're going to do.
Meka leka he meka henny ho. Jambi says Tyler is the shooter. My evidence is stronger than some commie twink at a restaurant. Jambi has spoken. I haven't finished the brisket stream yet.
Okay. Here we go. JS. JS's grandson was hurt badly at a Minneapolis business. I'm looking for a solid lawyer. What is the best reference source to find one? The best reference source to find one is word of mouth from someone who has hired an attorney that is the style that you're looking for in the practice area that you need, and can tell you about the success that they had or the good work that they did. That's the best reference, word of mouth. There's no rating system for attorneys. There's no like guidelines on how to hire a good one or who's going to win for you. None of that. None of that's around, which makes things difficult. I know a couple Minneapolis personal injury lawyers. I'd be happy to pass along some information if you want to email me, and I will try and get you a referral. I can do that to people who either I know or colleagues of mine know who do that kind of work. I can try. Maverick Cuba says, I'm open to any theory except it being Tyler. I put way too much stock into it not being Tyler. I built my personality around it not being Tyler. There you go. Let's go, Brandon. Oh, now you got to go watch the Odyssey. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I agree. You got to go watch it, but you know, it's going to suck. Nazer says, I'm sure if the evidence is enough to acquit Tyler, his team would have used it. And if they don't, conspirators are trans shizlickers. Okay, let's pull this up. So here's Twitter with a summary of some of these tweets about this thing. And we can see right away, obviously, Candace is defending her Jewish buy-off. Mr. Mike says, I sent you the right link. I'm not doubting you. I'm doubting me. Scroll the whole page before clicking on shit. Charlie Kirk used a Rode Pro. Yeah, I was looking at the Rode Pro lavalier mic. That's what we were looking at first, but does it say any? You know what? You do the work. Does it say anything about putting it on under a shirt or over a shirt? Is that in there? Is that like because that'd be like a selling point. You can wear it under your clothes, like wear it under your pants. Have it talk to your wiener. This is Candace. Candace is arguing. She's been arguing with Viva. So good job, Viva, getting Candace Owens' attention. Pretty soon, she's going to call you a man. So she says, hi, Viva. I'm the one who initially broke this story way back in January, so I can help you out there. I reported that Tyler went to Panguitch and he ordered the steak, medium rare, which came with a side of mashed potatoes and vegetables. Okay. I'm going to do this right now. He didn't do this. This is not true. This is amazing because Candace, as early or as late as 2 p.m. today, was defending this. And then some guy called the fucking owner of the restaurant. He said, hey, like, what's up with this? Can you just check? And the guy said, it wasn't him. It wasn't him. But Candace is here. Now, so here's what he ordered. And this is the thing. If you're trying to sell a fact, give details. Give as many details as you possibly can. Show how you know more than everybody else. You're more informed, therefore more trustworthy. If you can put those details together, they become better. It's not true, by the way. But that's how people see it. They're like, wow, she even knows what he ordered. She knows how he ordered his steak. How do you falsify this? How do you falsify any of her claims? This is anything that you cannot falsify, throw out, because that's if you can't falsify it, she can't prove it. How would she know he ordered a steak medium rare? Oh, well, the witness guy told her. But guess what? That guy's wrong. That's not even Tyler Robinson. That's not him. It's not his credit card. He didn't buy it. He didn't buy a steak there or have a couple beers. That's some other guy. Might have looked like him. They might have not really known really what Tyler looked like or whatever. They might have just been like, yeah, there was a guy in here with no chin talking about fucking trannies or whatever. So it's probably Tyler Robinson, actually. But it wasn't him. That's the biggest problem with this theory is that he wasn't there. He didn't do it. Like, he did not go to the steakhouse. But she's saying she knows that he ordered a steak, medium rare, with a side of mashed potatoes and vegetables. What vegetables, you dumb bitch? What was it? Was it broccoli? Was it green beans? Was it carrots? Was it zucchini? Was it seasonal? You can't just go in here and be like, oh, mashed potatoes and gravy, medium rare steak, and some vegetables. Was it Brussels sprouts? He did not order any beer. Well, but the witness said he did. Said he ordered 2 beers. Where'd those go? What happened there? She's like, and I made it clear at that time that the cameras at the restaurant were inoperable. Well, okay. But that Tyler paid with his card. I believe I said credit card. So I indeed stand corrected if it was debit instead. That again, and this is one of those things where this is getting bogged down in minutia. I guess in a courtroom, you would say, was it credit or debit? But who knows? Like, no witness is going to know off the top of their head if that's a credit card or a debit card or whatever. But the alleged receipt says debit. So I guess it's debit. And she said credit. But who cares? But look at what she's doing. She's conceding an irrelevant point. It doesn't matter if it was a credit or a debit transaction. Guess what? Both of those are traceable back to a fucking account with a name on it. So who cares if it's credit or debit? And engaging on that is a dumb thing for anybody to do, which is why Candace does it. But she's able to concede an irrelevant thing to boost her credibility. So she does. Look, I'm wrong on that. I'm wrong on that. but credit and debit cards tend to look alike, so forgive the mistake. She's also a cunt about it. Cool. The receipt you were looking at is real and reflects my reporting. The receipt being real, that's actually the most true sentence in the whole thing. The receipt is real. It is, sure. The receipt's real, and it reflects her reporting, which means fucking irrelevant, unrelated to anything important. It's a receipt from the restaurant. Sure. How do we link it to Tyler Robinson? You can't. Now, Candace will assure you she's seen the unblurred receipt. Good. Does this bitch know his credit card number? Because if she doesn't know his fucking credit card number, then seeing the unblurred version doesn't do us any good. And if she does know his credit card number, how? How would that occur? Where would you get this information? Candace Owens exists as she does because white old men needed a negress to deliver messaging to woke kids to turn them into conservatives. That's it. That's her whole purpose. She's not a conservative. That was literally an intentional shift from being a liberal and being unsuccessful to going, wait, I'm black. I will go to Michelle Obama levels on the right. And she said, I became a conservative literally overnight. When? When all your projects were unsuccessful, all of them failed, you grifted a bunch of money to start a new thing that she's never actually started, and that thing that she was going to start was awful. Fuck her. But she chameleoned into being a right-wing, conservative, Republican, whatever. Overnight, by her own admission. She was a woke, liberal, feminist scumbag. And she's like, nope, actually, I'm the most conservative. Oh, okay. Tyler Robinson did not leave until approximately 10 p.m. that evening. Nope, actually, that's not true, Candace, because he wasn't there. He didn't go there. It's not a thing. Didn't do it. Didn't go there. So it wasn't this whole he didn't leave until. He didn't leave because he didn't go. Outside of a bullet train, there isn't one in Utah, I don't think. It's going to be a tough sell to explain how he could have possibly made it back to Orem shortly after midnight in time to be pulled over. That's actually, the crazy thing is, here's the fucking crazy thing. This may be a tough sell. God damn it, stop it. Oh, fucking keypad or mouse pad. That may be a tough sell, but it's actually possible. That's actually still possible. Here's the real problem with the receipt narrative is that it's not plausible, but it is possible for him to drive. He just has to be driving like 100 miles an hour. What did he drive again? I mean, I know it's a V6, but it is a Dodge Challenger. In the V6 Dodge Challenger, cops use V6 Chargers instead of the V8 Chargers because the V6s are all-wheel drive. V6 Challenger, I believe, is also all-wheel drive. And it will, trust me, it will go 145 miles an hour. It'll do that. I rented one time. That will go 145 miles an hour, I think. No problem. Now, I'm not saying he's able to, I don't know anything about this drive. I don't know how plausible that is again, but it is possible for him to average 100 miles an hour on a return trip on a highway in Utah. Sure. Late at night, or not that late at night, but like kind of late at night. The road might be kind of clear. You can just go, you can see ahead, no cops, whatever. Here's the problem is that this could have happened. He could have gone to Panguitch, ordered his steak, eaten it, left when he did, and he could have gone back to the college because that's the thing. He would have had to go back to the college to retrieve the gun to match up with the thing. with the timeline and the text messages. All right, like that's the problem here. It's possible, unlikely, but we don't have to worry about it because this didn't happen. Just because it's possible, it didn't happen anyway. But this is a huge problem, because even if this did happen, and the crazy thing is, Tyler didn't tell his defense team this. His defense team doesn't believe this. His defense team could have brought this up at the pretrial hearing, and if they could prove it, they would win. That receipt linked to Tyler Robinson's debit card and a GPS tag on his phone, those things, GPS tag on his phone where he is, receipt from the restaurant showing that he did, he wins. He wins at pretrial. He doesn't win at trial when he convinces a jury. Those facts make the prosecution's facts impossible. And so therefore, I mean, I know I just said it was all possible, etc. But there are parts of it that really complicate it, and the defense could sell this pretty easily. They could win at pretrial. And if they try and lose, they can still try at trial. There is no reason on earth to not explore this if it's true. It's not true. We'll get into it not being true in a little bit, like in how we know, but we will. Blah, blah, blah. Going to have to drop a lot more cash on overwhelmed influencers and body cam crashes, I suspect. Does she think Viva? Does this dumb bitch think Viva is out there paying people to say stuff? Viva, give me some of your Canadian Jew Rumble money, you Canadian Rumble Jew. Great work, Diligent Denizen, following up on this story. As we all know, there will be more to come. Yeah, actually, what's funny about this is there was more to come. the more to come was the owner saying that wasn't Tyler Robinson. We're going to get to that. But so here we go. Here's Candace doing her gloat. And here we go. I knew this is coming. Thank you, Mr. Mike. Mr. Mike. We're gonna pull this one up. I'll tell you, this is. Some people think things are difficult or like fishy, and they're not. They're just. Oh my God. Go the fuck. I'm going to have to start using an actual mouse. What the hell is going on here? Okay. Will you? Go away. Dismiss. This website is pissing me off. Sorry, having technical difficulties over here. Mr. Mike on Locals has sent in a thing about it's killing all of my oh fucking hell. I think we've got something going on. Just a second. Correction. We definitely have something going on. I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck it is. Mossad is paying lawyers to lose on purpose. Oh my gosh. Something is like one of my windows is completely destroying everything. What is happening? Oh my God. I'm sorry. My keyboard is being fucking crazy. All right. Can we do this? Nope, we can't. It thinks I'm clicking constantly. Let me see. I turn it off and turn it back on. It's even worse. It thinks I'm right clicking constantly. Oh my God, this is driving me crazy. Guys, I think I need to jump off a bridge. Can we get rid of that? Okay. Oh my gosh, it worked. Okay. Dismiss that. Close this. Bring this over here. This is a riveting television as nothing fucking works. So, Utah restaurateur claims Tyler Robinson stopped in after Charlie Kirk killing, reveals what the alleged assassin ordered. Let's read this. Let's read this. This was written January 17th, 2026. Now, I can also go through and talk about this one thing called there's information and then there's more information that comes in later. And we have to assess which one is better informed, which one is correct, et cetera. And that's specific. That's specific to the question. Okay, so a Utah business owner says Tyler Robinson ate at his restaurant hours after allegedly assassinating conservative activist Charlie Kirk in September, treated himself to a hearty steak dinner. This man has never eaten a hearty steak dinner in his life. Look at that look on his face. Woo! Okay. Homosexuality. The owner of the mom and pop steakhouse in Panguitch, about 3 hours south of where the Turning Point USA founder was gunned down, said the 22-year-old murder suspect sat alone at the counter and kept to himself as he scarfed down his meal. Fox News Digital reported. So the gal that served him said that he was quiet, kind of shy. The eatery owner, who asked not to be named, told the outlet. Let's go back, though. Let's go to this report. Let's see how that came out. One of Tyler Robinson's last meals as a free man. Whoops. This is the source article for that other article. May have been at a roadside steakhouse off the beaten path, according to a Utah restaurateur who called in a tip to the FBI after news of the 22-year-old electrician's arrest in the assassination of TPUSA founder Charlie Kirk. Staff at a mom-and-pop restaurant in Panguitch, Utah, about 3 hours south of the crime scene in Orem, said a customer who looked like Robinson had eaten alone at the counter on the night of the murder. Notice what the actual reporting is. The reporting from the actual source, not the New York Post, who misstates this, the actual source is staff at the restaurant said that. The owner didn't make the claim. The owner is relaying the claim of the staff. Not Index says now it's a girl. Not now it's a girl. Back in January, it's a girl. Now it's a guy. Ignore that. Don't worry. That's fine. Ignore that because that's one of those things. It's like, well, there's a problem with this evidence, so therefore it's invalid. It's like, okay, well, we now have a different discrepancy, though, that casts doubt in the other way, right? Why doesn't that matter? Good question. All right. So, yes, back to this. So the gal that served him said he was very quiet, kind of shy. The restaurant owner, who said he is not seeking attention about the encounter and asked not to be named, told Fox News Digital, usually if somebody sits at our counter, they like to talk And he sat on the counter, and she said he really didn't want to talk, just wanted to eat and get out. It was a very busy day, he noted, and there was a wait for regular tables at the time. Okay? He had a steak, had a sirloin, medium rare, he said, vegetables, baked potato. Candace said mashed potatoes. Lying whore! Sorry. The restaurant owner told Fox News Digital he is a huge fan of Charlie Kirk's work, called the situation a crappy deal all the way around. He also has ties to some of Robinson's relatives. It's kind of a hit. It's kind of hit a local chord because we're pretty tight-knit. He said his grandmother grew up here in town. Well, that's nice. Breeding murderer. The next day after Robinson's arrest, his picture circulated widely. When they put a picture of the young man out there, I had a server say that they were relatively certain that they had that person in that night, late. That was turned over to the FBI. All right. So here's the thing. Now it's gone from the owner having two different stories, which Mr. Mike, it is easy to make this mistake if you read the New York Post. But if you check the source material, and to be fair, it's unfair because I knew this. I knew this question would probably come up. I knew this. I got my Rode podcasting kit with a $7,000 check and an exploding penis attached microphone earlier today. And they said, by the way, this question's going to come up. Here's how you answer it. All right. But it wasn't the owner's story. It was the waitress's story. And he's relaying the waitress's story because he's the owner of the restaurant. He's the one doing the interview. The waitress shouldn't be doing it. She shouldn't be representing that business. Like, she's a waitress. So here's what we got. This is common. I don't know the exact title for it because I'm not a fucking nerd. I'm just a nerd, not a fucking nerd. There's a phenomenon when you are introduced to something that you were not looking for, but now you have it. Like say you drive, like a car, and then you buy a Jeep. And you're like, oh, I'm going to buy this forest green Jeep because I've never seen a forest green Jeep. This is unique to me. This is new. And then you buy the forest green Jeep, and then you go to the store, and there's 9 of those motherfuckers in the parking lot. And you're like, oh, well, now I'm not special. Now I'm not special, right? I don't know the name of this condition, but this happens all the time, all sorts of subjects and things, and it's there's a name for it. Take my word on that. Or someone in the chat's probably going to say it. Once that photo goes out, people who did not see Tyler Robinson will have seen Tyler Robinson. Look at this. Where is he? Look at this squirrely little faggot. You've seen people who look like this all over the place. He's just a guy. He's just a skinny college guy with bad acne, and that I don't know what's going on with the rest of him, whatever. But like, you've seen this person, you've seen something like it around. Suddenly, you've seen that one, this one behind the fucking planet. You've seen that one. And in fact, he was just here. He was here that night. Holy shit. It was a quiet guy. That guy was really quiet. That was strange. So now you have strange behavior. Now you are part of something important. Now you are part of the story of how they solved or didn't solve or whatever, how they found the real killer of Charlie Kirk. Now you can say, oh, we got that mother. They wouldn't know at the time they're reporting this in January that it's going to cause like a timeline conflict. They don't know any of this. There's no puzzle to fit the piece into. They go, holy shit, that guy came through here. He was maybe on his way home from Orem to wherever. I don't know. I don't remember the names of where he's going. Who fucking cares or whatever. He's probably going back to his house like this. We're on the way. Like he probably stopped here. He probably ate. Like, oh my gosh. And that's about all they know. So they call the FBI and report it. That's the story in January. Now they're important. And that's not nefarious, by the way. I helped. I helped is cool. That's a good feeling. People like to help because it makes you feel good. You did a good thing. Whatever it is, helping is great. So now they've helped. They've helped in one of the biggest stories of the past several years. Major political assassination of someone who was likely to become a serious contender for the Republican presidency in the next 2 decades, somewhere in the next 2 decades. I think we can agree Charlie Kirk was on that track. And so now they've helped. They're participating in it. They're important. They definitely saw the guy. And then you add in, this guy acted weird. Normally people sit and talk. He didn't say anything. If I had just murdered someone, I probably wouldn't say anything either, right? He got out of here really quickly. He was probably trying to get home. He's rushing home. Okay, so that's how this stuff happens. I'm not saying that's what happened here. It probably is, but I don't know. Who knows why the person thinks they saw Tyler Robinson there? Who knows why they think they saw Tyler Robinson? They just think that they did. And it's not nefarious. It's not wicked. They're not trying to interfere with anything or fool anybody. A picture goes out. Someone acted weird in the time frame, and it's plausible that they stopped there. Holy shit, the guy was here. God, yeah, some skinny faggot was sitting right at the counter. Okay, so now they're in it. And it's entirely subconscious, that whole participation thing. I helped. The Robinson family has ties to the area, blah, blah, blah. All of that is fine. They're just wrong. So they submit it to the FBI. Okay, well, what did the FBI come up with? Not Tyler Robinson. Despite the fact that they submit it to the FBI has the ability to pull bank records, credit cards, reports, point of sale, whatever. They can match up. They probably have Tyler Robinson's debit card purchases. It's likely that if Tyler Robinson had to stop for gas on the way home, they know what gas station he stopped at, or they can, unless he paid cash. But if he paid debit card anywhere or credit card, they'll be able to find it. But they didn't come up with anything. Now, is it more likely that there was a misidentification that happened in the bustle, or that Mossad paid off the FBI to keep Tyler Robinson innocent or whatever? Like, huh? No, to make him guilty. Okay, that makes Tyler Robinson guilty. Sorry. So that the Mossad paid the FBI to overlook the truth of the steak dinner, because that makes Tyler Robinson guilty, and he's the patsy for the real killer, which is Israel. All right. That's the more likely story than someone saw a picture on TV and was like, I think that was the guy I served at the table last night that was acting a little squirrely. Occam's razor handles most of this stuff. Occam's razor, the simplest solution is usually, the simplest answer is usually the correct one. Nick is getting paid for Israel by his takes. By the end of this, I'm going to own ABC. They don't want to give you a good media company, but they'll give away ABC. All right, so here we go. Back to this. Let's turn over to the FBI. The FBI called him back and asked for any information on the lone diner. Investigators interviewed the owner and 2 servers. The card reader system at the restaurant doesn't store the names from cards if the user supplies a PIN, the owner said. Well, you think it doesn't. Okay, so the POS system that they use, I've seen people talk about this and they're talking about Stripe and stuff like that. They use Toast. According to AI, they use Toast as a point of sale system. But okay, it doesn't store the name from cards if the user supplies a PIN, the owner said. Right, but the FBI has Tyler Robinson's wallet. They literally have his wallet. Just open it up, pull out the cards, match them up against last 4 digits of any fucking things that came through in the timeline. This is not hard. And a camera over the cash register didn't record the area where the lone diner was seating. Okay, that's fine. However, he was able to provide the FBI with the last 4 digits of the card used to pay for the steak and potato meal. That's the last I've heard of it, he said. I don't know if the FBI found it was conclusive, if it was him or not. I'm guessing they ruled out the possibility that it was him. The FBI, which is typically tight-lipped regarding active cases, has not confirmed whether the number matches Robinson's bank card. Guys, if the number matched Robinson's bank card, they'd probably tell you. Like, they'd probably say it if they could conclusively do it. Well, maybe not if they're in on it. FBI followed through and did what they were supposed to, and that's that, the owner told Fox News. Penguich is about 200 miles south of UVU, where Robinson is accused of firing a single shot from 30-06 Mauser from a rooftop, fatally striking Kirk. The 31-year-old father of 2 was answering a question from the audience when panic erupted. Blah, blah, blah. Final moments. And then all this other stuff is here. So the stop in Penguich, if investigators have confirmed his debit card number matches, would show he took a meandering route and used back roads rather than taking the interstate all the way back. Okay. We have another question to ask here. And this is all about gathering and assessing facts. And as a lawyer, this is something you have to do. You know why? Your clients lie to you. The other party lies to you. Everybody's lying all the time because they, despite what you tell your client and despite what's required of the other party, everybody's like, I don't want to tell the lawyer the truth. It's like, just tell me the fucking truth about what happened. I'll deal with it. That's my job. You know what I mean? The real lawyer's job. But this is something that we have to do. We have to look at these facts and go, okay. Why would Tyler take a meandering route home? Did he really just want to stop at the steakhouse? Like, is that it? Why does he want to take a meandering route home? Is Tyler Robinson... Go by the text messages. Tyler Robinson had to go get his gun or whatever and then go home. And he expected to take this to his grave. But he had an auto text that sent to his gay, furry, trans girlfriend or whatever that said, check under my keyboard at 11 p.m. It auto sent that text. And then he goes and looks, and there's allegedly a note that basically says, I did it. And he's like, fuck, I meant to delete that. And then he says, holy shit, I was hoping to take this to my grave. I was hoping, I didn't want to say anything. He's like, it's not you. Twigs. Twigs the nymph is like, it wasn't, you didn't do this. You're not the killer, right? He says, I am. I am the killer. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to involve you in this. I was going to take this to my grave. I had that set up because I thought I might die. But he didn't die. He got his rifle back and he's driving. Why is he taking a meandering route home? It'll be just a few more minutes, my love. But he takes a meandering route home. It doesn't make any sense. Why would he do that? Now, people now are like, oh, yeah, he's got to take a meandering route home to evade the cops. The cops who don't know anything about who he is, no one knows anything about him at this point. There's no information at that time. There's no identification. There's no person of interest. None of that is out there. But Tyler decides to drive evasively. Why? Just drive home straight. Get home as fast as possible. Why would you have to do all that? Like, why would you want to do all this other stuff? Now, maybe he does. Maybe that's his dumb idea. He's like, oh, I'll take the meandering route so they can't follow me. Homie, if they know who you are, they know who you are. If they don't, they don't. That's it. Meandering route or not. If they knew who he was that night, they'd be waiting at his house. It doesn't matter if he takes a meandering route or goes directly. They'd just be waiting there. And then when he shows up, they'd arrest him. But they didn't know who he was. He doesn't think they know who he is. He's like, I'll tell you when I get home. He's expecting to make it home now. His original perspective before anything happened was he might die during this operation. So he set up an auto text and he left a note that explained everything. He meant to delete it and then never tell a soul, including his furry or whatever. But he fucked up. Probably adrenaline, whatever. He forgets to turn off that auto text. Hey, what's up to Cecil? Cecil rated the stream with his beautiful viewers. Welcome, guys. We're talking Tyler Robinson and Charlie Kirk. So he fucks up, and now it's out there that he's the killer. I mean, only to Twigs, only to Lance. Now it's out there that he's the killer. Okay. Well, fuck. Now he's got to deal with it. And you see him start to rationalize through it in his text messages. But there's no reason that anyone can tell you why he would take a meandering route home. So that's a problem with this. Why would he go there? There's nothing about this. He's not like a frequent customer. They would have said that. They said they have some ties. Oh, his grandmother's from the area, whatever that means. But it'd be like, and he ate here all the time. You know, here was his normal order. But they don't have, like, that's not a thing. So this is another one of those weird facts where it's like, this doesn't support the narrative at all. And it doesn't make sense when you think about it at the time it's happening. If you think about it now and you're like, oh, they had positive ID'd him and he was trying to evade that. That happened the next day. That didn't happen this day. But if you don't know that, you go, yeah, maybe he would want to go an indirect route so he could evade the police. But there isn't much information that Tyler Robinson attempted to evade police. Like he did to get his rifle. But then after that, he just drove home. And he eventually turns himself in. It was weird. Okay. Let me see. We have a lot of messages that came in. Mel, this is from Mel Klomp, says, I'm stuck on the 30-06 being used. Valhalla VFT set up the shot and just can't get past that. Glad you are well. I'm going to say this. It happens in every murder case, just about. They always say bullets don't behave like bullets end up behaving. They always say it. It's a great defense. Oh, no. This bullet would do something different. We're going to go back to the problem. But it didn't. It did this. Well, why? I don't know. But this is what it did. So, well, we set up this test, but that's not real. That's not a real thing. That test is not what happened that day. That is not the round that was used. It's a similar round. Could be the same brand, whatever. But it's not the round that was used. That could be an old round. There could have been some defect with it. We don't know. But it's not the round that was used. And then ballistics gel is not a human body. And I can't state that enough. And a human body is not a human body. Charlie Kirk was thicker than I am. If I got shot and he got shot, it's different. I don't drink a lot of water. I get by on the tears of children. That means I'm generally dehydrated. There's going to be a different reaction when I get shot. Oh shit. If I get shot than when he did. Okay. You can't replicate all of the variables. It's not a thing that can be done. So there's not a lot of purpose in trying. Let's say you prove, like Valhalla VFT does, that it's not a 30-06. He proves it for his own purposes, right? That it's not a 30-06. So he goes, okay, I don't believe this anymore. What was it? If your answer is it was a shape charge on a Jewish microphone that Charlie Kirk put under his shirt suspiciously to hide that, whatever it is, why do you believe that that's the more likely outcome than a bullet behaved a little differently than what you would expect? Why is it more likely that it is one of the most complex scenarios possible, which is this tiny shaped charge that is designed to somehow murder Charlie Kirk. And think about what a shaped charge is. So a shaped charge is it's an explosive, and the design of basically the container of the explosive channels the explosion in a specific direction to make it targeted or directional. So the idea is that you could put a lavalier mic on and it would blow a hole through like Charlie's neck or whatever. Do you know the odds of getting it right? Do you know I didn't say it might have been too old. I said it might have been old. But do you know the odds of getting a shaped charge here that's hooked to a cotton t-shirt that the manufacturers of the shirt could not have possibly known he was going to wear, or the explosive could not have known he was going to wear that day? Getting that shaped charge to function in a manner where it explodes when it will also directionally hit in the place that they need it to. It's an impossible set of variables. It's an impossible set of variables that the designer of the shaped charge cannot know. They don't know what shirt he's going to wear. They don't know how his shirt's going to move and rustle around, how he's going to move and rustle around. How do they do it? How is that the answer? And I'm not saying that that's what Valhalla VFT believes. I've seen other people say the shaped charge thing. I don't know where he stands on it, but I know that if he's like, nope, it wasn't 30-06. Okay, what was it? Something went into his neck and killed him. What was it? What was it? People say it's an explosion in a shaped charge. The likelihood of getting a shaped charge explosion from a tiny microphone to blow a hole in a neck like that, it's not impossible. It's just very unlikely. It says 223. It's an AR-15 round. Okay, they don't have an AR-15 round. Phoenix Knight. This is we'll pull this up in a little bit. It says no bullet fragments in spine, no exit wound. Okay. Okay. All right. Are there bullet fragments anywhere else? Because there are bullet fragments inside of Charlie Kirk. That did happen. They recovered some of them, right? Strong enough to sever a spinal cord, 30-06 is a cannon, 223 tumbles. I gotta tell you something, a 223 hitting a neck. A neck is this big around. Well, when you're a pussy like me, a neck is this big around. It doesn't matter what round it is. A 223, well, a rifle round, a 223 versus a 30-06 are both going to sever a spine in some way. They're going to cause significant damage to a spinal column. He's like, wow, 223 would bounce around. Do you have any idea how much force is carried by 223 versus a 30-06 and how that translates to going through 6 inches of flesh? 7 inches if he's black? So let's see. Force of, and this is like such a shitty round versus 223 round. This is such a shitty comparison because there's a whole bunch of different 30-06 and different 223 rounds. But here we go. Let's see. Do we have, oh, I'm trying to find a, okay, 30-06 might fire a 150 grain bullet at around 2,900 feet per second, generating roughly 28 20 foot-pounds of energy at the muzzle. Comparatively, a common 223 might fire a 55 grain bullet at around 3,200 feet per second, yielding approximately 1,250 foot-pounds of energy at the muzzle. Significant disparity in bullet weight and resulting energy clearly demonstrates 30-06 superior power. Right. But I'm going to tell you, 1,250 foot-pounds of energy will still obliterate your neck. But anyway, the question is, if it's 223, okay, why don't we have fragments of a 223 round? Why don't we have that? We do have a spent, or we have an empty shell casing of a fired 30-06 round in Tyler Robinson's gun. That's real. That's there. They have that. They have recovered that. They have not recovered a fired 223 shell. They have not recovered a 223 rifle. And to my knowledge, they don't believe that they have any 223 bullet fragments. So what shot him? Why are we convinced that it was a 223 when there's zero evidence, and there's some evidence that you may not like, but there is some evidence that it's 30-06. Why is that? Why are we willing to say we have evidence of 30-06, we don't like some of it. Some of it we don't understand. So it must not be that. We have no evidence of 223, it must be that one. What? How? Why? What is your reason for saying, well, 223 tumbles and blah, blah, blah. We don't have any indication that it's 223. Another shooter, fine, but where's the shell casing? Where's the rifle? Where's the evidence that there's another shooter? Where is the bullet? Where's the fragments that match 223? .223 made out of ice and melted. I love it. Okay, so look, and I'm not, Mel, I'm not yelling at you at all. I'm saying when we assess these types of things, this is an unfalsifiable claim by Valhalla. And honestly, the way the bullet acts inside Charlie's body, from the information that we have at present by us, is unfalsifiable. There's nothing we can do to check this out, to test it. We don't know enough facts about the circumstances to actually put this to a test. We don't. And that makes it difficult. People don't like that. People don't like difficult things like this. They're uncomfortable with the inability to solve a question. But what is the alternative? So right now, best evidence, in my opinion, is 30-06. Is it perfect evidence? Well, no. Best thing would be, like a bullet or whatever that said, I'm a 30-06 fired by a faggot named Tyler Robinson. That'd be great if it said that. But we don't have that. Okay. So we've got ballistics experts, allegedly, who say it's 30-06. We have a spent casing. We have a rifle. We have DNA of Tyler Robinson on it. We have his admission that he did it with that rifle and that rifle worked. That all adds up to likely 30-06 and no other comparably likely story. This is how we start assessing evidence. The most likely story is this. Until you can't say 223 until you get something firmer, because the other story actually has evidence. So why would we ignore the evidence to say that the one with no evidence is the better one? Why? Let's see. JS says, thank you. May I ask for your email address? Yes. It's ricadalaw@ricada.org. JS. I hope you're still around. ricadalaw@ricada.org. I think if you Googled me and asked for my email address, you'd find it, but that's the email address. That's the one. Thanks for asking. Maverick Cuba says the vegetables may not have been seasonal, but who's to say they weren't Israel? Cheese Danish, member for 9 months, says Candace created Social Autopsy, a doxing tool. Yeah. What a whore. Kaufman 921 gifted 10 Ricada Law memberships. Thank you. Thank you for bringing more beautiful Beautiful, turgid members to the chat. Stupid April says, serious case of all Mormons look alike. We've got Brian Fitch says, love you, Nick. Remedy this. Why does Robert O'Neill, Navy SEAL killed many, go on live TV and say he shot many folks and he's never seen a shirt blow up like that from a shot? It doesn't mean a road mic explodes. It means perhaps there's an oddity. Okay. No one saw Charlie Kirk's shirt. Well, I guess no one saw. He's never seen a shirt blow up like that from a shot. Do you know how fast that shirt shockwave rippled? It's like 2 frames. Did he watch the people that he shot? The many people that he shot. Did he watch them in slow motion? Did he watch their clothes react to bullet entry? Are they wearing cloth t-shirts? Like, is it the same circumstances? I don't think Brian Fitch, when he's shooting people as a Navy SEAL, is worried about the clothes and how they're rippling or not rippling. And again, that shockwave that hits his shirt, which is before the bullet, because physics is real, it's like 2 frames. It goes, it's so fucking fast. It's so fucking fast. It doesn't mean the road mic explodes. It means perhaps there's an oddity. And again, perhaps there's an oddity. I'm with you. If there's an oddity, I want to explore it and find out. But when you have evidence, you may have a problem or an oddity or maybe a discrepancy. If it's not dispositive and you don't have a competing alternative theory, then you still have a plausible reason for it. I've never seen a shirt do that, but can a shirt do that? Yes. Why haven't they tested this, by the way? All these fucking dorks with their cool YouTube channels and their, I'm not suppressed by government, so I can have guns. Now I'm going to set up a 30-06 on a ballistic dummy and blah, blah, blah. Why don't they put a shirt on it and put a slow motion camera on it? Why haven't they done that? Has anybody done that? Has anybody doing all these tests put a fucking shirt on the dummy, put a slow motion camera in there to see what happens to the shirt? And again, if not, why? They're testing everything. They're testing shit that no one has any evidence of, but they're not testing this thing that we watch and go, I don't get it. But let's do this. I'm not a physicist. By the way, thank you, Brian Fitch, for the very large super chat. It's much, much appreciated. I'm not a physicist, but I like physics, and I know enough physics. I'm not great at calculus, but I know conceptually how physics works. Okay. I've said this, but I think I said this on Gary's channel or something. A bullet that is flying through space with a ton of kinetic energy in it, right? Like at muzzle, if it's 30-06, we'll say 30-06, you're just under 3,000 foot-pounds of energy. That is pushing air in front of it. Now, this is a supersonic round. It's traveling above the speed of sound, so it will push through this bow wave and create another one and another one and another one. It's why rifles crack. It's why they make a different, distinctive sound, because the bullets are going faster than a subsonic round. And I don't know like how much it's going to slow down, but not really that much at this distance. So, okay, it's delivering a massive amount of energy, and there's air. We don't see it, but we know it's there. We know it has mass. We can measure it. Different humidities and densities create even different events. A plane taking off supersonically on a humid day will create a disc around it of moisture. And then once it breaks the speed of sound, it'll pop through it. That disc will pop through and it's loud. boom, sonic boom. That's what causes it. All right. Bullets do the same thing. There's mass. They push air in front of them. That air hits before the bullet does. It's split second, obviously, very, very fast. The bullet's traveling very, very fast. The air is traveling fast. The faster the bullet is traveling, the more air is compressed in front of it. The bow wave becomes stronger. And the vacuum behind the bullet, because the bullet was here and now it's not, because it's moved to here, that creates a vacuum and the air flows in behind it. We know all this. We can measure all this. You can observe all this. This is all known. This is science-y. Okay? That bow wave hits the shirt before the bullet does. There's a super rare possibility that it could hit the shirt at the same time if the bullet punctures the bow wave and effectively creates a sonic boom. Like, it could hit at the same time or slightly after the tip of the bullet. Like, I guess it's theoretically possible. It's really unlikely. The most likely thing is that, because the bullet is constantly punching through it's faster than sound, so it's punching through that wave of air, and then it's gonna make a new one because there's more air. That'll always happen. There will always be more until it hits. And then there's shirt and flesh and all of that stuff. That will deliver energy into the shirt right before the bullet. Most of the time you see it, it would look like the same time. It's going to look, it's like a frame. 2 frames maybe, at 30 FPS, a 30th to 15th of a second. It's really fast. You're not going to notice. But on a slow motion camera, you can. And on this slow motion camera, you can. You see the shockwave hit the shirt right before the bullet does. Here's the thing. The Navy SEAL may not have seen it. People may not understand it because they may never have thought about it. I never thought about this. I never thought about the bow wave of a fucking bullet hitting a shirt first. But I watched that video and I went, holy shit. How do I explain that? Like, what is that? What happened there? And the explanations are either a shaped charge from his exploding Jewish microphone or the physics testable, provable, observable phenomenon of a pressure wave caused by mass traveling through space at a high velocity. We know the one happens. The other one is physics. No, I mean, we know the physics thing happens. And again, we can watch it and they could test it, but they don't. And they don't test it probably because they know what it's going to show. It's going to show it hit before the bullet. But the alternative, the plausible alternative, I guess, that people say, well, this is why the shirt deforms, is because of a Jewish exploding microphone blowing up his neck somehow. Well, I'm not with it. I'm not with that one. Okay, here we go. Can I throw out a hot take? Tyler Robinson looks a bit like a young version of Eamon Farron. He plays Cahir in The Witcher. That's a hot take. Kevin says if he ate there, he couldn't have sent those texts. Why? Why not? Looks like Lance's handwriting, but the note was burned. Body cam went off on roof, bullet on another roof. Okay. Why couldn't he send texts if he ate at a restaurant? Why couldn't he send texts if he ate at a restaurant? I've seen this a bunch of times. He could certainly text while driving. He could certainly text while sitting at a restaurant. Why couldn't he send the text? You don't mean he couldn't have sent the text, I don't think. I think you mean the texts don't make as much sense if he stopped and ate at the restaurant, right? I think I got it down. You say the text where he says, I got to hang around Orem for a little bit to try and retrieve the rifle. If he eats at the restaurant, that text doesn't make sense, right? I agree with you. Almost. Like, kind of. There's no requirement that he tells Lance Twiggs what location he's at. There's no requirement that he does that. He just says, I got to hang around Orem for a while and get my rifle. Maybe he realized while he was eating, fuck, I gotta I forgot the rifle. I got to get back to it, whatever it is. But why couldn't he send those texts? Now we have Dinky Crow. Dinky Crow says, and here's something that, I have no idea. This must be in one of the text messages. Says, because he described the dogs at the scene, if he wasn't there. Do we know that his description was accurate? Like he said, I don't know, they're dogs. Again, what if he's driving home? Again, for whatever reason, taking a meandering path on a back way. He says he's got to stick around Orem to go get his rifle because he realizes, fuck, I forgot my rifle. So he's got to go back. Finishes eating, goes back, right? Like, what makes these texts impossible? You can send texts. But let's get something clear. We haven't gotten to this I'm going through super chats right now, but we haven't gotten to this in my telling of the story. Today, the owner of the restaurant said there's a guy, Mr. Extreme, who contacted him, and he said the owner of the restaurant told him Tyler Robinson did not eat here that day. Not, well, the FBI hasn't said anything, not whatever. He says he did not eat here that day. His story has changed. Changing stories aren't always suspicious. In this case, we sent it to the FBI and they hadn't said anything. That was January. Now in July, the FBI, well, he said, we don't know if the FBI communicated with him or what, but he says he did not eat here that day. Maybe he's just trying to save his skin. He doesn't want people bombarding the restaurant. But I would wager that no matter what, like any publicity about this will bring business to the restaurant. Maybe Guy Fieri will go there, have his last meal or something. Who knows? But he now says Tyler Robinson definitively did not eat here. We don't know why he knows that. We don't know whatever, but that's what he says. And if he's the source that Tyler Robinson did eat there, why don't we believe him if he says after they submitted it to the FBI, because he didn't say he did eat here. He said, my waitress thinks he might have eaten here. We submitted it to the FBI. Now, 6 months later, he says, no, he didn't eat here. Misidentification. Done. Easy. So now we don't have to worry about why the texts don't make sense, because the texts go back to fitting in the timeline that's been constructed by a prosecution team that cannot fuck this up. They cannot. If they fuck this up, maybe they all get the death penalty. Who knows? And that doesn't mean that they won't. It doesn't mean they can't get things wrong. But they know this is going to be a national media circus. They've been fighting against it, whatever, which I disagree with them on, but they know that they're going to be under a microscope. That's one of the reasons they want to stop the media for real, is they want to do their jobs and not worry about anything else. Like, just let me do my job. Too bad. This is your job is to sometimes be in public. That's fine. They have to get stuff like this right. If there was any possibility for the defense team that he was in Panguitch, trust me, like, they'd have to pursue it. If they don't pursue it, they should be disbarred. All right, here we go. Lady Tammy.
Question for those in the chat who believe the conspiracy theories. Why do you need these theories to be true? I'm not reading the chat, so please respond using super tips. John's dead. So is Charlie.
You heard Lady Tammy. You have to respond using super tips. Tell her why she's wrong. Phoenix Knight says they have Tyler in 4K taking the shot. Wait, no. But the officer who caught Tyler on his camera after he saw him, oops, his body cam died just before he saw him. Just another coincidence or two. Again, yeah, I guess. Why do we expect... Okay, and again, remembering that the people who said that they have high-resolution video of Tyler taking the shot are not saying they have like close-up video of him pulling the trigger. That's not what they said. They said they have him taking the shot, which I think has been explained by some of those people as basically we saw him walk to the sniper pad, lay down at the right time. He gets up right after the shot is taken and he goes and we watch him get down the roof, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's what they mean. You can get semantic about it and you can blame them for being overexcited or trying to puff people up on stuff. But the other side is doing that constantly. So like, again, good for the gander, good for the goose, I guess. But like, if you're mad at Jack Posobiec about getting people, about propagandizing people, shouldn't you be similarly mad at Barron and Candace? They're doing the same thing. They're doing the same thing. If you don't like that Posobiec says they have high resolution video of Tyler taking the shot, like remember, Posobiec is wanting a conviction for the person he believes killed his friend. So if we don't believe Posobiec because he's trying to rile people up or influence people, Candace and Barron are trying to rile people up and influence them. Absolutely. Just as hard, if not harder. His body cam died just before he saw him. Just another coincidence. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I don't know. Maybe he turned it off or whatever. But that guy seeing Tyler Robinson doesn't, that's not solving the whole case. He's a Lego piece. But he's one of those Lego pieces where if you miss it, you can still build the house. You don't need this officer's body cam or confirmation of Tyler Robinson to convict. They have a whole shitload of stuff so far that is more than most murder convictions get already. And they'll presumably have more at trial. Kevin Hunt says, if Kash Patel doesn't solve, he doesn't get unlimited curry. Don't be funny. If a grandma's car gets stolen, do you think grandma robbed the bank? Well, her DNA is in the car. Okay, if a grandma's car gets stolen, do I think grandma robbed the bank? Her DNA is in the car. Did she rob the bank, though? Because, like, maybe she robbed the bank and then the person who robbed the bank with her stole the car. Or maybe while she was robbing the bank, someone stole the car because she left it out running with the keys on in Detroit. I mean, maybe the grandma did rob the bank. Like, that's the hard thing. There's a whole lot more to it. Tyler Robinson, again, there's a bunch of, there's a lot of evidence that it's him. Is it beyond a reasonable doubt? I don't know. I don't know if I'm there yet. Personally, I have said, and I'll stand by this very, very simply and easily. Tyler Robinson is beyond many other murders that are guilty convictions beyond a reasonable doubt. The evidence against him is beyond many, probably the majority of convictions for murder. Does that mean we're there in this case? I don't know if it does for me. I'm just saying, like, comparatively to other cases, whatever. But I usually want more from the state than whatever they do. Like, I typically, and I'm not changing that for Tyler Robinson. I'm just saying that what they presented now in most murder trials would be sufficient. And that's a tough reality for him. SF says, if Tyler Robinson's debit matched restaurant receipt, wouldn't that be required to be turned over? Or would it be a Brady violation? Yes, it would be required to be turned over. It would be exculpatory evidence in the hands of the state. It would have to be turned over. By the way, no matter what evidence they get from the restaurant, it has to be turned over in discovery. It has to. If the FBI got any information from the restaurant, like the last 4 numbers of the debit card. Even if it's just the last 4 numbers, they have to give it to the defense. Because what if the defense says Tyler Robinson doesn't have a bank account with these last 4 numbers, but maybe in his wallet there's a Visa gift card when you buy at Target or whatever that has those 4 numbers on it. Oh. Maybe the FBI didn't find it because the FBI was looking for cards linked to bank accounts. Now, those things, I think there's more attachment to those than maybe we realize, but either way, they have to give any information that they got from the receipt, the point of sale, whatever. Any of that has to be given to the defense. Here's the thing. The receipt that we have seen, we have no idea if that receipt was given to the FBI because we don't know what that receipt is. We don't know if that picture of a receipt is real or if it's edited or modified. We don't know. We know that the FBI was given the last 4 digits of the Social Security number for the steak and drinks purchase or whatever it was. That's all we know. That they have the last 4 digits. That's what's reported. And that's all they need, frankly. Okay, we'll run this against all the known last 4 digits. And then they would give it to the defense. Now, again, if the defense is like, Tyler Robinson had this in his wallet on that day. Now, they should know that because they would have taken that. But if Tyler said, I have a gift card, actually, with that last 4, because that's what I used. But Tyler Robinson didn't say he was at this restaurant. And why not? Why wouldn't Tyler Robinson raise this in his own defense? Yes, it would be a Brady violation. Phoenix Knight says there are no timestamps on the text. No, there aren't. But you know what? There probably are timestamps on the cell phone records from the carrier. I don't know. Do we know what carrier he was using? And was that text messaging or was it Signal? Phoenix Knight says, Ricada waving away all these coincidences, says, well, he is a lawyer, not an investigator. I didn't wave them away. Is it a coincidence that the body cam ran out of battery at the time that he saw Tyler Robinson? Well, yeah, like that by definition is a coincidence if it happened. Maybe he turned it off manually. I don't know. How do I test this? How do I test this? And you want me to say that because his body cam turned off, that he didn't see them? Or that he didn't see him? Didn't encounter him? Is that what you want me to say? But you don't know that. What if he turned his body cam off manually and did encounter him? What if both of those things happen? I don't know. What if? We don't have any evidence that that's what happened. The only evidence that we have, and you don't have to like it, you don't have to agree, it doesn't matter. The only evidence we have is the guy said, I guess my battery ran out. I don't know. My body cam turned off for whatever reason. So he doesn't have it on body cam. Okay. So what? Go in front of a jury and say, we can't trust this. All right. Now you eliminate that fact. Do you win? Does that win your case? That's all I said. I said, I think without that piece of evidence, you could still build the house and a Legos. There's a missing brick somewhere, but no one would notice. It's not critical to the structure. I didn't hand wave away the coincidence. I said, does this coincidence end the case? It doesn't. But are you going to argue it? Well, yeah. When you get a jury there and you say, yeah, but officer, really? How often do you change your battery? How often do you test it? There's going to be a whole line of questioning on that guy about his battery. Didn't seem to follow policies. Why is your battery running out of juice in the middle of the day? Isn't that weird? Like, didn't you check it that morning? Did you not turn it in the night before? What's going on? And if you can draw reasonable doubt to the jury, great. But I look at that fact and I go, to me, I don't see how that wins the case at this point. So, okay. But I'm not hand waving it away. It's weird. Why does body camera turn off? I don't know. I can't know. The only explanation I have is a battery. I don't trust that. Well, I mean, it could happen. I don't trust it. But all right, like, the defense is going to presumably going to bring, if they think it's worthy, they're going to bring it up before the jury. They'll ask him a bunch of questions on cross, and we'll see what happens. But can you win the case on that alone? I don't know. But yeah, there are no timestamps on the text. I'm with you. The carrier would have the timestamps. Guess what? Almost guaranteed the FBI and the defense team have the timestamps on the text. If there's no, they have them. They have the record of the text messages from the carrier. I almost promise you, unless he's using Signal and they wiped the Signal chat after he took those screenshots. But I was asking the chat at the time, were those text messages or Signal? Was that just Google messaging? I think it was just Google messaging. He said on the stand it died. Good. Okay. They're not before a jury yet, homie. They're going to argue all about it. They're going to raise a big stink and say, how did it die? Blah, blah, blah. How do you know it died? Has it done that before? Is it a defective camera? Is there any, maybe he's not aware, but maybe there's a department log that camera's fucking broken. Who knows? Like, we don't know. We can't get this information yet. We have to wait for trial. What good does it do you? What good does it do you? You thought it was Discord? I thought it just looked like texting or Signal, but I don't remember. Anyway, but I agree with you. There's no timestamps on the text, but unless it's Signal and it's end-to-end encrypted and they deleted them, they've got those timestamps. If it was just through Google messaging or Apple messaging, they have those timestamps. They have Twiggs's phone. If they have Twiggs's phone, then, I know it was like pictures of the phone, but if they have his phone, then they have the timestamps from the phone. And both sides have them, which might be why the defense didn't focus too much on some of this stuff. So Phoenix Knight says, no bullet fragments in spine, no exit wound. Okay. They have said that the spine was shattered in multiple places. What shattered the spine if it wasn't bullet fragments? I know there's no bullet fragments in the spine, but did the bullet fragments go down into the chest cavity? I don't know. Again, just asking questions is great, but if you just ask questions when you can't get answers, what are you asking questions about? Focus on things that you can actually look at, test, verify. Phoenix says, run ballistics on Freedom shirt. They can't. It's gone. Oh, wait. Why don't we just use a different shirt? Why don't we use a different shirt? We can use ballistic gel instead of a body, but we can't use a different shirt, like just a cotton t-shirt. We can't buy whatever shirt he was wearing somewhere, put it on a dummy. Come on, we can do this. Let's see. Kaufman says it really does not take too much to shatter a spine. I had a burst fracture on my L5 vertebrae just from skiing. A great amount of violence in the right area at the right angle will definitely kill you. Yeah, and the spine damage is not what killed Charlie Kirk. I mean, it may have. It may have severed the spinal cord. That may have happened, I guess. But in the absence of that, in the absence of like a lights off brain death from severing the spinal column, like, or the brainstem or whatever, that didn't have to happen. I don't know if it happened. That fountaining of blood, he would die in under 60 seconds. And there's almost nothing you could do to prevent that. The amount of blood that he loses immediately on video, he's going to die. Anyone who thought he was going to live through that, I mean, the amount of miracle it takes to live through a destruction of your, like, it hit his aorta and his jugular, right? Carotid. His carotid artery and his jugular. He's fucking done. Game over. Game over, man. Game over. All right, here we go. Kevin Hunt says, look at the angles. The neck is flesh. Why would it hit spine? Look at angles. Left side of the neck, there's nothing there. No bones in neck or jaws. Okay. Why would it hit spine? One, I don't know if it did or not. Maybe the spine shattered from hydrostatic pressure, hydrostatic pressure from a bullet can do a fuckload of damage. In the Murdaugh trial, the hydrostatic pressure of the shotgun hitting his son's head caused his skull to pop. Because there's a lot of fluid up here and it got pushed up and his skull popped. The bullets didn't do it. The stuff inside his brain cavity increased in pressure so much that his head burst open. Like a college girl's legs just burst apart. Right? So maybe it was the hydrostatic pressure that shattered the spine. I don't know. Maybe it was a fragmented bullet. Maybe the bullet hit the gold chain and the soft lead core caused some of the bullet to fragment, and those fragments shattered the spine. I don't know. I don't even know what the shattered spine looks like. I don't know what the injury is consistent with. I'm not a medical examiner or doctor. Some expert's going to tell me about it. And then some other expert's going to say something else happens, and we're going to have to figure out what caused it. But again, all we know is that there's some shattered vertebrae in there. All right. It's like, why would it hit the spine? The answer for now, our best answer is, why would it hit the spine? Because it did. Or something else did. We don't know. There's a lot of guesswork involved in murders, by the way. That's normal. That's normal. They have to try and figure stuff out that people didn't see. In this case, people did see it, although there wasn't like a little inner space guy in Charlie's neck watching the bullet come in or the explosion or whatever it was. That's not real, but people observe from the outside. But the real stuff, like figuring out what happened with this bullet after it entered the body or what caused this or what caused that, no one knows. No one's inside. But why would it happen? Well, because it did. I don't know. As he gets shot, maybe he was shifting into the bullet, like it hit him in the neck, but maybe he had a weird angle. And look, I've watched the video. I know that's not like a thing, but whatever caused it to do it, caused it to do it. And just because you can't explain something doesn't mean that some other explanation with no evidence is true. That's not how evidence works. There's evidence that he got shot by 30-06. They could be wrong, but that's the evidence that they have. Until we have better evidence, that's the story. That's how court works too. Even if it's not the story, until you have better evidence, that is the story. Show us what else happened. Show us your evidence that this didn't happen. But yeah, look at the angles, negus flash. I don't know. It hit his carotid and his jugular. Okay. Depending on what they mean by shattered vertebrae, there is no reason a bullet entering here can't hit the spine. Actually, I don't know what you're talking about. A bullet hitting here or here, that'll hit a spine just fine. Like, what do you mean it couldn't possibly do it? Why not? These things, my vertebrae, the sides of my vertebrae, right? That come out from the spine, the little nubbies on the side. Those things are, if you shoot me straight on here, you'll hit my vertebrae. Unless the bullet goes away, like out that way. So I don't know why we think that why this bullet couldn't hit the vertebrae. Charlie was not that big. He's not super thick. Like, he wasn't tiny and squirrely, but he wasn't massive. You've never shot a 30-06? No. Who cares? What does that have to do with anything? I saw a video of a 30-06 go into a deer and have no exit wound. Okay, that doesn't mean anything to me either way. But I know that a 30-06, I guess, can go into a deer and not come out, even though people swear that can't happen. So I know that can happen because I watched it. But I don't know I don't know why. And a deer isn't Charlie Kirk. So that's not very useful to me. Phoenix Knight says, contradicting yourself. I'm not. Bullets do weird things. Bullets, I think you're taking a phrase and using it in a different way. Bullets do weird things means bullets do things that we don't normally anticipate sometimes. That does not mean that if we knew the factors, they do things that couldn't be. If you have enough evidence or if you have enough information, bullets are driven by physics. What bullets hit are driven by physics. If you have enough data, you know what will happen. You won't ever have enough data to fully know what will happen. So when we say bullets do weird things, what we mean is, I didn't know that was going to happen. But that's because maybe it hits, not in this case, but maybe it hits like skims off a collarbone. Bullets have skimmed off of skin at the right angle. A whole lot of weird shit can happen. Bullets have spin. If you hit on one side of the round versus the other side of the round, depending on the spin, you get a different force transfer. Like if it's spiraling this way and you hit something like, I don't know how to fucking describe it. Like if it's spinning towards my hand, right? And it hits the hand, well, the force transfer is going to be into the hand. If it hits a hand on this side, it would pull away from the hand. So you're going to get two different results. Are they going to be dramatically different? I don't know. It depends on a whole lot of circumstances. But just because when people say bullets do weird things, it doesn't mean bullets do unknowable things. It means, well, bullets do things that aren't always obviously apparent until you know more information. Let's see. Drinky Crow says, point on your neck where the shot was. Show bones, look at angle. Wasn't it like here? Let's see. We could probably pull up a thing. Where on the neck was Charlie Kirk shot? It just says, all it says is it was a microphone that did it, you fucking idiot. Hold on, I'm trying to see if there's a specific diagram of where the bullet hits. Oh, Hindustan Times is great. Can you fucking hell? Warning, disturbing visuals ahead. I like that. That's good. Oh, it's not found. So that was taken down. I think a lot of these have been taken down. It's going to be hard to find. I got to ask this in a better way. Where on the neck did the bullet penetrate Charlie Kirk? Left side of his neck. Okay, like images. Oh, fuck me. Why is this so difficult to find? Am I an idiot? His surgeon. Continue reading. The surgeon reportedly told Colvett, adding that Kirk's bone density was so healthy it stopped the round. The coroner later found the bullet lodged just beneath Kirk's skin. So he says that Kirk's bones stopped the round. So why don't we believe that now? I apologize, it's somewhat graphic, but in this case, the fact that there wasn't an exit wound is probably another miracle, and I want people to know, Colvett wrote in a post on X, according to the surgeon, the 30-06 round that hit Kirk absolutely should have gone through. Noting that such high-powered ammunition is typically used to hunt big game like deer, elk, even moose. I've seen wounds from this caliber many times. They always just go through everything. This would have taken a moose or two, the surgeon reportedly told Colvett, adding that Kirk's bone density was so healthy, it stopped the round. All right, so again, like the coroner later found the bullet lodged just beneath Kirk's skin. Surgeon said that even in death, Charlie managed to save the lives of those around him. It's kind of like, that's kind of gay sounding. But why don't we believe the surgeon? I just want a diagram on a picture that shows exactly where it went into his neck. Like, that's what I want. Oh, well, whatever. If anybody has it, throw it in locals. Let's see. Can't match the tiny piece that was found. But he says he found the whole bullet. I thought it hit the bone and went down. I don't know. That's what this surgeon says randomly on an article. Who knows? We have to wait for trial. That's a really important. Let's see. What we know about how Charlie Kirk was killed. Sky News. Isn't Sky News Australian? Fuck. Okay, don't care about that. Where did the shot come from? Weapon was used. Yeah, none of these things seem to have an actual image. I know I've seen the slow motion video. I don't want to play the video. Like, that gets into the question of glorification on YouTube. I don't really want to fucking deal with that. Dinky Crow says, you just said the shock wave before the bullet hits. Rewind. Yeah, Mike exploded. Gas from PETN exploded. Explosive. What? Yeah, I said the shock wave of the bullet pushing, a bow wave of air hits before the bullet does, because the bullet pushes the air that's in front of it forward. Gen X Medic says the medical examiner changed his story. Initially, he ruled Kirk had a heart attack and overdosed, and also said, we oppressed the Negroes, right as he died. He said, I'm sorry for that. Thank you, Dinky Crow, for the donations. You guys are killing it on donations today, by the way. I really appreciate that. I do the show to do the show, and what you guys send in is what you guys send in, and you guys have been amazing. So thank you. Drinky Crow says, I said Dinky, but I said Drinky. Why are you lying, Slash? Are you being paid by the juice naggers? No, I want them to pay me. I want some juice nagging. No, I'm not paid by anyone, man. I'm just telling you how, again, maybe people have not heard this from me. And so I'll tell you, we'll say it again, because for the people who maybe are coming in late or whatever. I can't solve the murder of Charlie Kirk. I don't have the tools to do it. It's not up to me. Neither can Baron Coleman. Neither can Valhalla. Neither can Paramount Tactical. Neither can Jack Posobiec. None of us can solve this. It's not our roles. It's not our jobs. No one can actually solve this. I know Candace Owens is like telling you that she has solved it, but none of us can do that. We don't have access to the information that exists. We have access to the information that's out there, and some people have a lot of it. Some people have less, whatever. But we can't solve this thing. We have to wait for it to go to trial to see, well, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. I can't solve it. What I can do is talk about what may come into court, what may not come into court, what has come into court, what hasn't come into court, how that can be argued, interpreted. Maybe what does reasonable doubt look like? How does this evidence get attacked or not attacked? And then we can watch the trial and we can see what happens. That's it. That's what we can do. And we can talk about why it happened or what might happen. Sure, we can do a lot of that stuff. That's cool. But we can't solve the murder. And court doesn't solve the murder. The investigators solve the murder, and then they present that to court, and the court determines whether or not their solution merits a criminal penalty for somebody. That's the job of the court. That's the analysis that we can do. You are allowed to, I give you permission to speculate, to question, to challenge all day long. I don't have a problem with that. I'm not invested in the outcome. I don't care if Tyler Robinson is guilty or not. Doesn't matter to me. I don't know him. He doesn't owe me any money. He didn't steal my Magic the Gathering cards. So I don't care if he's guilty or not. He seems guilty, looks guilty. I don't see a different suspect. So, okay, right now, like, I'm fine with him being guilty. I'm not invested in him not being guilty because he's a patsy for the Jewish state or whatever. Like, I don't have any evidence of that. I have people saying that it's true because of reasons that are specious. But okay, and you're allowed to have specious reasoning. I don't give a shit. Don't care. Not invested in it at all. But when you say, we can't trust any of this evidence, but we can trust this, I'm going to go, why? Why do we trust this and not anything else? That doesn't make sense. This is not as well done as this, or is comparatively bad. So why does one get trusted and everything else get thrown out? That, when I'm asking you why, I want to know why. Why do you believe this versus the other thing? And that doesn't make your belief wrong. It's just me helping you refine that belief by saying, why though? Why is that? What rule is it? What thing? I'll tell you, like, I don't know if the shirt rippled because the bow wave of the bullet hit it. I just know that the bullet creates a bow wave that could cause a shirt to ripple. So I go, all right, like, I know that can happen, so I'm not really worried about it. But if you showed me, like, some like chest penis getting an erection and like flapping the shirt around, I'm with it. That's great. I think Charlie could manifest penises wherever he wanted. So that's cool. I don't care if it's the bullet's bow wave. I can just explain it that way. I know that that's a thing that can happen because I know how physics works and I know that, but it could have been something else. But until you show me what else it was going to be, I'm going to assume it's that. And I don't think the defense is going to get wrapped up in asking questions about it. They might ask the ballistics expert why it happened. But again, my question for you is not like, did the bow wave of the bullet cause the shirt to ripple? My question is, why haven't the conspiracy guys tested the fucking bow wave of a bullet? Radtech says to stop saying bow wave, but I mean it is a bow wave. I don't know what else to say. But okay. But no, I'm not paid for by the Jews or the naggers or whoever. The people who pay me, it's just you guys. I'm not running ads or like I'm running whatever YouTube ads, but I'm not doing paid sponsorships or anything like that. I don't have any right now. I could go to Rumble Studio and get some, but I don't care to. We're just talking, just you and me. There's only 2 of us here. So again, I'm not invested in the outcome. If Tyler Robinson is not guilty, then I don't want him prosecuted. Right now, he looks guilty. Maybe at trial, he won't. But all I'm doing is saying, why do you believe this and not this? Why, if someone believes this, does someone say they're bought and compromised? Why don't they just believe the thing that kind of looks like maybe that's what happened? It's reasonable to believe most of this stuff. Intimidator says, hey, Nick, hope you're doing well. Had a great 4th of July this year. I did. By the way, do you know what you can call a pumpkin patch that's had too much beer to drink? Smashed pumpkins. Peace. Peace. That was worse than most of the songs on Melancholy and the Infinite Sense. DX Mania 95 says, people like Candace give an air of insanity to people who are questioning whether or not Tyler did it. Her stupidity seems to turn people off to what could be legit concerns over his guilt and what truly happened to Charlie. Yeah, and Candace Owens, being whoever she is, does not influence what I believe about Tyler Robinson. Candace Owens, being who she is, just influences what I hear from her about Tyler Robinson. If I hear it from her, or if she's a source on something, I don't really believe it. I don't find that she has credibility. So then I check it. I don't discount it I do discount it. I don't dismiss it. I check it. I say, can I verify this from somewhere else? What does it look like? What do I know about it? Do we have data, etc.? But that's just because Candace has lied about so much that I don't try. And also, even if you go, what has she lied about? She's never lied. Okay. Candace has been wrong about so much, including her own contract at the Daily Wire. And I just don't trust her judgment at all. That's okay. You can. I don't. It's 44 Magnum Norris. Happy fucking Saturday, motherfuckers. Hey, happy Saturday to you. He says, Candace Owens is a charlatan. Chris Nolan should have put her in the Odyssey. He put enough black women in there. Candace would play Helen of Goy. Oh, no. Kaufman, 921, member for 8 months. Thank you. Says, as long as we get to watch the trial, I will be happy. I plan to. Nazer says, these idiots never provide proof. Plenty of claims. Trinky Crow. Thank you, by the way. Again, massive super chatting from you tonight. Same with Kevin. You guys have been phenomenal. And please know, I appreciate your questions. They don't bother me. And I'm just because I answer with a little levity or maybe I yell, doesn't mean anything. I'm just trying to engage you in an entertaining way. Says, I think Lance Twiggs furry is less weird than the Baldo. Think, Nager. Yeah, the Baldo's weird. Yes. Again, the Baldo was used solely for the purposes of review because people were like, you should do a review of this thing. That'll be funny. So I did. I've never used it since. I have the vibrating one because the CEO sent me one. I've never opened the package. It's kind of terrifying to put on. But was it a fun, stupid thing to use? Yeah, sure. It was great. It was better than expected. That was the funny thing to me. I thought it was ridiculous. Would I use it every day? God, no. Would I use it no. Again, I used it. There were, long story short, there were 4 iterations, 4 possible uses for it with the rings that were given. And so I tested each one of those things to give my opinion. And then I've never used it since. Yeah, it's weird. That's what makes it funny. Nazer says, Tyler wins when defense calls Candace Owens. And she confesses, right? That's the next thing. She confesses to the killing. Gen X Medic wants its high velocity round passing through the neck and breaking up. What direction was the bullet traveling? Simple force. Careful. Nazer says, if you got time, you should review Andrew Wilson's latest video, Destroying the Dumb 30-6 couldn't have killed him theory. Yeah, I mean, I'm still I have to maintain combativeness against Andrew Wilson. I just have to because of our prior beef. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, he's pretty pissed off about this. Nazer says bullets do weird things like the Wanted movie. Is that the one where they could bend them around, like they could, and the bullet would like go around people? You can do that with bow and arrow. That's cool. I don't think it works for bullets. Katie K, hey, what's up? Thank you. She drops a $10 chat with no words attached. Very bold and powerful. Thanks, Katie K. Nice to have you here. Kaufman says, everyone here and everyone trying to point fingers at who killed Charlie Kirk is doing so for entertainment. That's it. We're entertained by the death of fellow American. We're just animals. I don't think so. I think people are like, there is entertainment value to it, of course, but I do think people are trying to rationalize something that they don't understand or don't like or disturbs them or intrigues them. People want to solve problems and answer and solve mysteries. That's why true crime is so fucking popular. Drinky Crow says, John Bray, look it up, sound, major force sound originated from tent. Also, he says supersonic shot. The guy who invented mic theory thinks also a shot based on sound. So the guy who invented the mic theory thinks it was a shot, not the microphone. Is that what you're saying? Because that's what I got from that. He says supersonic shot. Yeah, a 30-06 is supersonic round. A 223, if people believe that, is a supersonic round. Okay. Some handgun rounds are supersonic at the muzzle, but they slow down. Mr. Mike says, because it doesn't look like that's what happened. It's literally that simple. That's why I and many others are waiting for the trial. Well, you and many others are waiting for the trial, but Candace Owens isn't, right? Baron Coleman isn't waiting for the trial. He's telling people that this narrative is impossible. But again, I still don't see why you think it doesn't look like this happened. There's not evidence of another cohesive story. And this one is possible under the evidence. It's not even that far of a stretch, honestly. It's really not. I'm not sure. Because like sometimes you're like, well, it's possible, but you're like, well, it's a stretch to get there. And this one is not that much of a stretch. There's a coherent timeline, and they may have things in the timeline wrong. The question is not, is the timeline perfect? The question is, does the timeline work? And if there are things that are wrong in there that get attacked and taken out, does the timeline still work? And if no, okay, not guilty, done, easy. But I think the problem is that the thing works, like the theory works. Maybe it's wrong, but it does work at present. Drinky Crow says, whatever, we see how it plays out. Lay off the AIDS medication, faggot. Wait, if I lay off the AIDS medication, then my AIDS will flare up again. It's very itchy. Yeah, we'll see, but it's not like a contest. Again, if Tyler Robinson did not kill Charlie Kirk, I don't want him prosecuted. So I don't see, like, I'm not opposed to you. I don't care. I don't care what the answer is. So this is very strange to me. Very strange to me. Okay. I think we're about done with the Tyler Robinson stuff for now, though. Shite. I'll do a little closing piece on it, and then I'll talk about the Odyssey for just a minute, and then we'll wrap up the show. Marcy Cruz is like, thank God. All right. My purpose in this is not to convince you one way or another. I don't care what the outcome is. I have my beliefs. Right now I go, and right now I'm a low info voter, baby. Have I researched every single thing? No. I said earlier in the show, I don't have time to follow all this stuff right now. I would half like to, but half not. At this point in time, I think there's other stuff. We'll see at trial. Again, that's what I want to know. I want to go to trial and see what happens. I want to see the evidence that comes into court, because once we know what evidence comes in, that's when we can assess the claim of whether or not he's going to be guilty under the court of law. And that's all we can do. And I know this. If they go in and find Tyler Robinson guilty, there's going to be a bunch of people who say it was a setup, he's a patsy, this is all a lie, he didn't do it. But they won't know what happened to Charlie Kirk. And the problem with this is that that's a transfer. It's a transfer of a bias to an outcome. Because we say, well, they didn't prove it enough. But that's only one side of the coin, because we're going to find out more info about Tyler Robinson and all that stuff. We'll get some testimony or whatever. We're also going to find out more info about Charlie. More clear, specific info that is reported to the court, that is the final info, not preliminary questions, not something someone said to a news station the day after or the day of the killing, but after investigation, with rules, chain of custody, observable results, and we see those results, and then we weigh them, right? That's what the value of trial is it gives us the framework, the rules, and the opportunity to see what happened, not only to the defendant, not only to figure out the timeline on the defendant, but to get finality and clarity on what happened to the victim. If they show us a picture of a bullet lodged in his spine, are you guys going to say it's not possible for that bullet to have hit his spine? And if the answer is yes, okay, that's fine. It doesn't bother me. But when they show a picture, like here's where I extracted the bullet from vertebrae, and you go, that's not what happened. Well, why not? And if your answer is, well, it's compromised by Mossad, well, okay, there's always, yes, a conspiracy could have always produced the result. It's a deus ex machina. It rescues us from the problems of having to prove anything out, because we know the Jews did it, or anybody. We know it was China, North Korea, probably, maybe Lebanese. The Lebanons are weird Asians. But like, that's what we've got. We have a system of rules to assess evidence and see if it fits a sufficient structure to get a conviction. If it does or doesn't. But if you get suckered into having a predisposition that says, I will be mad if Tyler Robinson is found not guilty because the information I know now says he's not guilty. But the information at trial is how they're going to determine guilt or innocence and nothing else. I think a bunch of people are going to be unsatisfied. Thank you, Mr. Mike. You don't have to send parting gifts. You can always send gifts all the time. But I think a bunch of people are going to be unsatisfied, because I think they're going to find him guilty. At this point, I'm pretty convinced that they will. You can determine that's because it's conspiracy. I don't care. I don't want him or not want him to be guilty. I just think that's what's going to happen. And then I think a bunch of people are going to be stuck on this idea. They're like, no, these people that I trust told me that he wasn't guilty and it couldn't possibly happen. But right now, I've seen some things that are a little questionable, but on balance, the overall story that the cops have, that narrative, is certainly possible and plausible. It's possible and plausible. Yeah, bullets normally go right through or whatever, but if a bullet's lodged in his neck, it's lodged in his neck. And if a coroner pulls a bullet out of his neck, we have pictures or video or whatever he does, like however they prove that out, what do you say at that point? And if he says, yeah, this is actually the lead core of a 30-06 round, or the ballistics guy who examines the bullet pulled out of the neck, and these fragments did match up. The initial report by the ATF, that ATF agent was struggling matching up the fragments with the rest of the round. But, we had another guy take a look at it from FBI, and he was able to do it. He's able to do it. He has more experience, blah, blah, blah. He's seen it before. Who knows? We'll get an explanation of some sort, and then you can assess its veracity. But a bunch of people are going to be disappointed, and they're going to say, no. This person I trust on YouTube told me it's not possible for this to happen. Well, so far, most things are possible. But the person telling you it couldn't possibly be a 30-06 bullet, but that it might be a shaped charge from a microphone from Rode, because Rode is owned by Jews. One of those claims actually has some weight to it, and the other claim has less. I always pick the skinny one. Kaufman says, God, I wish Judge Borowski could oversee this trial. Don't waste my time. Don't bring this bullshit to the jury. Sidebar, Chambers. I loved that guy. Oh, man, I love him. Okay. I'm done with Tyler Robinson for tonight. I'm going to briefly talk about the Odyssey. I've seen a lot of people talking back and forth about the Odyssey. And you want my conspiracy hat? There seems to be an astroturfing campaign. I don't know if it's paid and organized, but I know a bunch of people, for whatever reason, don't seem to know the story of the Odyssey and don't seem to care that Christopher Nolan's movie butchers it. Absolutely fucking butchers it. Speaking of butchery, I'm just realizing I have to go to the bathroom. So I'm going to play the peeing song. I'll be right back, and then we'll finish this up. Sorry. There's no waiting here. There's no waiting. I'm too old for this.
He drank a fair bit and then realized that his bladder can't handle the liquor inside, leaving us with his chair while he runs up the stairs, hoping the stream doesn't suddenly die. While we are waiting, we'll be laughing at you. The drinking along is what most of us do. The chat is united, getting excited for what you have for us when your being is through. When you have small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Now you're washing your hands and you realize that you've forgotten to scrub both the front and the back. Then you'll grab a quick bite, kiss your lady goodnight, and remember to thank her for all of the snacks. Whoa, water will cure your hangover. Oh, drink some when the stream is over. When you have small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Soaking your drawers. He drank a fair bit and then realized that his bladder can't handle the liquor inside, leaving us with his chair while he runs up the stairs, hoping the stream doesn't suddenly die. While we are waiting, we'll be laughing at you. The drinking along is what most of us do. The chat is united, getting excited for what you have for us when your being is through. When in your hands and you realize that you've...
Okay, there we go. I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay, to the Odyssey. To the Odyssey. How to do this. Let's start with this very important.
A flibbity jibbity bibbity dobby dobbit, a flobbity jobbity bobbity dobby dubbit. I flew itty bitty body shots at a neckety. Don't nobody need to second guess it when I say it and spray and kill it and pray it.
Hell yeah, brother. I agree with you. I agree with you. Okay, let's talk the Odyssey. I saw Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey yesterday. And I brought my two oldest sons and Lady Rackets, and we went to see it. I am not an expert on The Odyssey. I haven't read it fully in a long time, okay? Movies do weird things. It's fine. It's true. This is a true fact. I haven't read The Odyssey in a long time. That said, though, I love The Odyssey. I love the story. It has meaning to me in multiple ways. It's been a part of my journey through literature in English, which is weird because it was, it's in Greek, but it's been translated to English. And I don't mean the English language. I mean the use of language to tell story and to convey moral messages and to explore truth, right? The Odyssey created various archetypes. It sculpted modern storytelling from the ancient world and still does. I mean, just one of the big things about the Odyssey is it starts with the Greeks called in medias res, which means in the middle of things. It starts in the middle. Actually, it starts kind of near the end. And then it goes back and tells the action, how we got to where we are, and then it concludes it. Right? Then it gets to where we started, and then in the storytelling, and then it progresses on to the end. It is a new thing, sort of, I guess. Who cares? But that's one of the things it did. And we use that today still in making movies and writing books, etc. Starting at the beginning sometimes isn't the best option. But anyway, it was formative for me. It's also amazing. It's just like exploration of Greek mythology, moral messaging, as a male, now as a father, right? And as a husband first and then a father. But as a male, most of my life, until recently, it was, a bunch of lessons in masculinity, in the expectations of what men are to do. Men go to war. Men have to lead others. Men have to solve problems. Men have to negotiate. Men have to do all these things. Which isn't Christopher Nolan, you fucking ponce. That doesn't mean that women don't have responsibilities. And ancient literature didn't say that. Responsibilities, roles, etc. It didn't say that. It just because it says this is what men do does not mean it's what women don't do. I mean, women don't go to war as Greeks, unless you're the Amazons of Lesbos. But other than, which I love those bitches. But other than that, he's telling the story of expectations of men, what men are supposed to do. And this one is a great man. He's a great man with a grand problem. And that is to win the Trojan War as fast as possible because it's been dragging out and stagnant. And then to get home to his lady who is waiting for him and his son who he wants to raise to be like him, to carry on. And he's a king. His son will become king. It's very important for him to teach his son how to be a king properly. Getting home is everything to Odysseus. All the stuff that he has to do is at home. He was forced by Agamemnon. He was forced by Agamemnon to come with Agamemnon to go to war. He didn't want to. He wanted to stay home. Tried to trick Agamemnon, tried to outwit him, etc., and stay in Ithaca. Agamemnon figured it out, forced him to go to war, under penalty of murdering his whole kingdom with the men who were already there. So Odysseus has to go. He has to go do his duty, but all the stuff he wants to do is at home. He's done with all this. He wants to stay at home, raise his family, plow fields, lead his people, secure his lands. But he has to go take on this responsibility, right? Men have to do this all the time. Like men have a selective service obligation in the United States. Women don't. Men have to do it, women don't. Okay. Now, I don't think that's fair, but it is what it is. Men have an expectation. If war happens, we're the ones who go first. If it's up to you, ladies, we are in trouble because that means a lot of men are dead. This is an overtly male-centric story, not because of the patriarchy, not because of meninism or whatever it is. It's just male-centric because the main character is a man, and it's about being a man, and that's okay. Christopher Nolan shatters that immediately. Odysseus goes to the Trojan War. We don't know why. Penelope says because he wanted to. And that's kind of all we get on it, is that he wanted to go. Because she said so. And we know in the book that that's not true. In the book, Penelope tries to help him fool Agamemnon, and it fails, but she knows he didn't want to go. But in the movie, she has to talk about men do what they want and women do what is required. So it has to be a feminist statement. People who are saying this movie is not woke are lying, and they're fucking gay about it. Does the wokeness ruin the movie, though? No. That's not the problem, but it's there. But that's not the problem. A bunch of shit's woke now. And sure, you want to try and take on a modernized, more real telling. Would Penelope be frustrated with Odysseus being gone for so long and maybe tell Telemachus, like, fucking goes off to war? She knows he's raping hoes out in, well, I mean, she thinks, as they plunder towns. Because guess what? That's what Greeks did. Ladies have it pretty good now. Back in those days, if you were on the losing team, your husband got murdered, your son got murdered, and you and your daughters got raped. A lot. And then enslaved for more rape. You know why? Ancient men liked rape. It was one of their favorite things. Literally one of their favorite things. They would go to war to conquer. And part of the spoils were the women that they would get to rut with forcibly. Okay. So is there some point where she doesn't believe that Odysseus is like this or whatever, but is there some point where she loses her fucking temper and she's like, God, I wish he was back here instead of out fucking those Trojan hoes. Wrap it up, Odie. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that happened. It's not in the story because the story isn't about reality. And that's where we come into the first fucking problem. You don't have to sell me the Odyssey as a story about the gritty reality of the ancient world. The Odyssey isn't about gritty reality. The Odyssey is a myth. It's a mythological epic that involves real characters that seem to have existed and real places that seem to have existed and a real war that seems to have happened. But if it didn't, it wouldn't make it less true. Because it's not about the historicity. That's the word. It's not about the historicity of the Odyssey or the Iliad. That's not the important thing. You know, like up until like, I think it's 1964, they didn't know if Troy existed. And some jackass found it. Because they were all along the shores of where Troy was supposed to be, looking for the ruins of the city, and they could never find it. Some jackass is like, what if the water level went down? What if the shore was up like 400 yards or something? And they go up and they're like, holy fuck, there's an ancient city here. And they found it. But that story was true, even though they couldn't historically show it to be true, because it's not about whether or not it happened. If it happened, great. If it didn't happen, great. It doesn't matter. The truth in literature comes in the themes, the messages, what it tells us, what it teaches us about being a human. Everybody forgets this. So Christopher Nolan is trying to sell us this like more realistic interpretation of gender roles or something, and no one can figure out why, because it's not what it's about. This movie's about being a fucking man. More than that, it's about being a father and a husband who has obligations waiting for him, but is pestered and bothered by other people who have the ability to ruin his life, who demand something of him. He has a different obligation too. It's about fulfilling the obligations in the order that you have to. Sometimes you have to do work and you can't go home to your kid. Sometimes you have to pillage a village and rape some women. I guess. I don't know. But Odysseus doesn't do that, by the way, in the book or in the movie. That's not what he does. He only fucks 2 other women than his wife in the movie. Like just 2, though. Not in the movie. In the movie, they kind of took that out. But in the books, he only fucks 2 other women. Because he was forced to. Like, oh, shit, I'm stuck here with this hot sorceress for a year. Pumps a baby out of that bitch. And then he's like, oh, cool. I have an exotic chick named Calypso. I'm stuck here for 7 years. She's feeding me drugs and fucking me every day. But it wasn't my fault. That excuse doesn't work. That's Calypso, daughter of Atlas. This is about being a man, having things drag at you, having to make moral decisions, having to make them knowing that there are consequences either way. Those consequences can be dire or they can be trivial. And then there's a bunch of allegory and metaphor that goes into these mythological encounters, these little episodes throughout the story. This encounter with the Cyclops, encounter with the giant people, traveling to the underworld, meeting with the prophet. Theseus? The prophet Theseus? Do you guys know the story of Theseus? I think it's Theseus. It's let me make sure I get the name right, because I think that's sounding like a different one. Who is the prophet in the underworld in the Odyssey? Tiresias, not Theseus. Theseus is the ship, right? If you replace all the planks in a ship, when does it become a new ship? That's Theseus. Tiresias. Tiresias is a great story. Tiresias is the first trans in history. Tiresias is a woman, I believe. And then Zeus punished her and turned her into a man. And Tiresias is the only person at the time who has had sex as both a woman and a man. And so Zeus and Hera get into a fight over who gets it better while you're fucking. Do women get it better or do men get it better? Zeus says women get it better because I guess Zeus likes wieners. I don't know. Hera says men have it better, that it's more pleasurable for them because she doesn't like Zeus's wiener. So they have this fight back and forth. And to resolve it, They go to Tiresias and they're like, hey, you're the only person we know that's been a man and a woman and fucked. Which one's better? He sided with Zeus, as one does. That was a bad move because Hera then cursed him to be in the underworld but conscious forever and also blind but a prophet. But that's why. That's the story. That's why he's down there. And then Odysseus has to go find him. I always confuse Odysseus and Ulysses. That's just a translation issue, like Greek versus Roman. It's like, I think Ulysses is the Latin version of Odysseus. They're the same character. So anyway, women, Flightless says, nah, women get it better. Yeah, when I'm around. No. But that was the whole thing. Zeus is like, no, women get it better. Basically complaining about Hera. Now remember, Zeus fucked everything. He turned himself into a swan. He turned a chicken into a tree and fucked the shit out of her. Like, Zeus is a freak. He knew how to get down. But yeah, they resolved it. I think the guy agreed with Zeus and then Hera punished him. And that's how it always went. You never wanted to have to resolve a conflict between Zeus and Hera. This is all a sidebar to the story. It doesn't matter. But, you know, Odysseus has to go down to the underworld, literally confront the weight of his mistakes, all of his dead men, his dead mother because he didn't get home fast enough. Of course, she's not in the movie. They just left that out, that Odysseus promised his mother he would return to her before she and his father, Laertes, died. She dies in sadness because she thinks Odysseus dies at sea. So she sacrifices her. She kills herself in the sea by drowning. And then she's in the underworld waiting still for him for eternity. Odysseus's delay by his bad decisions. His decisions cause a delay, by the way. Odysseus's delay means that his mother will forever, for all of time, be waiting for him in the afterlife, and he will never get there. He'll never get to her. Even when he dies, he won't show up by her. They'll both be shades, and she'll be punished by waiting forever for his mistakes. That's brutal. The weight of that is terrifying. But he has to go down to talk to the prophet. You know, the only reason he has to go talk to the prophet is because he has to go confront his bad decisions. That's why he takes a trip to the underworld. That's the only reason anybody ever goes to the underworld. They go to save so-and-so or whatever. A couple guys, who's been there. Eurydice dies. Orpheus went to the underworld to try and save Eurydice, and he couldn't, so he chose to die or be down and suffer with her. Hercules went to the underworld and came back. Odysseus goes to the underworld and comes back. Not many other people do. So anyway, the first major encounter Odysseus has when they leave, well, the first thing when they leave Troy is Odysseus finds Hector's son, who's still alive, and they're trying to smuggle him out. And he stores him away, tries to keep the baby. He's like, keep the baby quiet. Baby cries because babies are fucking stupid. Right as they're all leaving, they're about to take off, and the baby starts crying. Stupid baby. This is in the book. Agamemnon sees that Odysseus was trying to hide the baby. Now, this is important because the sword of Troy was not recovered by the Greeks. And the baby, the rightful king of Troy, if he has the sword of Troy, then Troy will not fall. That's a prophecy. Troy will not fall and will reign for 1,000 years. You know, some people believe something about like this leads to the Roman Empire, etc. Well, except Agamemnon knows this prophecy, and he knows that Odysseus tries to not murder the baby and store it away, which is a direct threat to him being the king of the kings, because, you know, then the baby would grow up, would be able to rally people with the sword of Troy and the name Scamander or Astyanax. I can't remember what his real name is. I think Scamander. Anyway, so he makes Odysseus murder a baby. Odysseus, who remembers holding Telemachus, that, you know, when he left 10 years ago, Telemachus was the same age roughly as this baby. And he throws him off the wall, kills him. He didn't want to do that. Agamemnon makes him do it. Now, Agamemnon is pissed off. Agamemnon had to sacrifice his own daughter just to get to Troy because one goddess was being a bitch, and she made it so the winds were not favorable, so they couldn't leave Ithaca. But he has his daughter brought out, and he murders her, so that's good. That's how that works. And that gets them all to Troy. So then he's still pissed, and so he makes Odysseus do this because Odysseus was about to fuck his shit up. And so Odysseus is now like murdered a baby. He's ended a kingdom for a war he didn't want to fight. And Odysseus is also responsible for the rape of Troy, right? Like he's the guy who made the decision. He goes, well, we can keep this war going on forever and both sides will have heavy losses. Or we can use this special strategy I've got and we'll just take Troy in one night, which they do. But a whole bunch of bad shit happens. Temples are defiled. Women are defiled like crazy. That's all on Odysseus. It also pisses off Poseidon and Athena because her temple gets fucked. Actually, I think Cassandra gets raped in her temple, which pisses her off. So Athena and Poseidon are pissed. And so they they create a storm that prevents Odysseus and his men from getting home. It's a storm that specifically will prevent him from getting home. So he has to find the wind god and get all the wind into a bag and trap the storm in the bag. That doesn't happen in the movie at all. Like, that's not there. None of this is there. I mean, there is a storm. Oh, the other reason Poseidon's mad, I guess I left this out. They're looking for food, and they stop on this island, and there's a bunch of drug addicts there called the Lotus Eaters, and the drug addicts direct them to this cave where they can find some sheep. And so they go in there, and they start killing some sheep, and they're like, that's good. And then a giant cyclops comes in and starts eating these guys or whatever. Now in the book, the cyclops encounters, like, he eats a couple guys, and he's like, whoa, homie, like, stop munching on my men here. Like, stop doing that. And then he negotiates, and he tricks the cyclops into drinking this wine. Cyclops falls unconscious. He stabs it in the eye, a whole bunch of stuff so they can get out. It's cool. Awesome. None of this fucking happens in the movie. And this is one of the critical plot points because he tricks the Cyclops by being witty. And this is where you learn of Odysseus' wisdom and wit and his guile and his cunning, because he, when the Cyclops asks his name, he says his name is Nobody. My name is Nobody. I'm Nobody. And so then when the other Cyclopses come, because this guy's screaming about his stupid fucking eye, they're like, what's your problem? And he's like, nobody stabbed me. And they're like, what? If nobody stabbed you, shut the fuck up. You're loud and gay. And they left. And so then Odysseus is, and his surviving men, they leave. And as they're leaving, he turns around to yell at this Cyclops. And this is important because this is hubris. This is prideful. This is violative. This is the shit the gods don't like. Odysseus is failing the test here. And he says, like, remember, you gotta know who did this to you. I'm not Nobody. I'm fucking Odysseus, you pussy. I'm the king of Ithaca. I just came in and skull fucked your one eye. Your one good one. Now you can't even see. You're just out there in the grass like a dummy. It was I who did it. And then all of a sudden it turns out that's Poseidon's son. And so the Cyclops, Polyphemus, he screams out to his father, Poseidon, who gets pissed off because he's like, now I got to represent. And so he shows up and he's fucking up the Greeks with the storm, right? Blowing them off course, kills a bunch of them. And then that's when they find the wind god Aeolus and trap all the wind. And then Odysseus has this task. And he's like, Aeolus is like, you'll get home if you don't open this bag. Don't open the bag. Don't do that. And Odysseus is like, that'll be fucking easy. I won't open this bag at all. But this is a foreshadowing of things to come because it's a test of loyalty of the men. It's a test of temptation. And it's a test of how well have you been leading your men? Are you a trustworthy leader? Are you fair? Now, Odysseus kept, I think, all of his men alive I can't remember if that's from Epic the Musical or if that's from the original story, but I do think he managed to keep all of the men he left with alive throughout the entire war. Some have already died now from the storm and shit like that. But so he's kept them alive and stuff. But you know, the kings got the good loot. they had hired DKP or whatever. So they got to roll on the good loot while all the scrubs kind of got the leftovers. So Odysseus comes back from a god with this bag that looks stuffed. And they're like, hey, what's in there? He's like, the wind, actually. And they're like, that looks like maybe gold and cool stuff. It's like, no, seriously, it's just like the wind. I have it in the bag. If we can't open it because it's like it's the wind. And the wind god told me, like, if we open it, it'll be bad. But don't tell anybody. And they're like, well, what's in there? Like, you're going to share? And he's like, no, I'll totally share everything we got when we get home. Like, trust, fam. We'll do it. So he stays awake for several days in a row there because he's watching this bag. He does fall asleep. He gets tired, as one does. And they don't trust him. These guys think he's trying to take the plunder and not let them have it. So Eurylochus, Down syndrome Eurylochus, the dumbest motherfucker in the whole story, he opens the bag and it blows them way off course to the land of the giants, where a shitload of them get killed. And then they float away from that. And again, this is about Odysseus acting as, his leadership style. And does he build trust? Is he collaborative? Or is he a commander? Does he impose his will? And Odysseus is proud of how fucking smart he is. So he leads the way. He makes the decisions. He doesn't give his men input, not in a real way. And that's what leads to this being blown off course. His decisions have now put them all way out of whack. They don't know what to do. So they're floating around. And they come up to this island, which is Circe. Circe's on the island. Now, Circe is a hot sorceress chick in the book. And she is the queen of, she's the immortal queen of these nymphs. I don't know if you know what nymphs are, but nymphs, I'll give you a description of nymphs. If you turn on MTV Spring Break, a nymph is anything in a bikini. Like, that's what that is. All right? So they show up on an isle with bikini-clad college chicks running around. And these girls will do whatever the Greeks want. They give them food, they give them foot rubs, they give them hand jobs, whatever it is. These guys have been away from women for a while, like aside from the rape. They've been away. And so they show up at Circe's place. Now, Circe is like their leader. Circe has to protect the nymphs. And there's a long story about one of the nymphs. They allowed a mortal to pass one time, and that guy ends up fucking up. That guy ends up, Circe had the hots for him, right? But he took Circe's best friend instead, as one does. Like, oh, like, I know you're into me, but like, you're like a size 2, and she's smart, like I'm smaller or whatever. No, so he bangs the hotter nymph, and so Circe turns that nymph into Scylla. We don't need to get into that. It's a mess, but like, when they tried to let a mortal pass, Circe gets cheated on. So she doesn't like that. So anyway, so she's got the nymphs there, and these guys show up, and the guys start grab ass, and they get a little handsy. So she turns them all into pigs. She's like, this is what they are. They're pigs. They're pieces of shit. And Odysseus is like, hey, maybe don't do that. And she's like, maybe get that dick out and let's go. And Odysseus goes, I guess if I have to. And they stay there for a fucking year. In the movie, Circe's hideous. She's ugly, homely, plain, gross. She's in a rundown shack, not a castle, and there are no hot nymphs running around. So I'm already mad. I'm already livid at this point. I'm like, where are the bikinis, you fags? Turns out they don't ever show up. And she just turns the men into pigs because they eat the food that's offered. That's not the moral lesson of the book at all. The moral lesson is the men not being able to control themselves sexually. Not because they were hungry. They were hungry. They're offered food. They're supposed to eat it. It's reciprocal hospitality. Hospitality is not just the offering of comfort and food and shelter, but it is the acceptance of the gift that's been given to you. The men are expected to eat. That doesn't make them pigs. That makes them normal. It was the grab-assery of all the hot chicks. That was the bad thing. That was their sin. Odysseus comes in, and Circe literally is just like, well, you know what? I know how to fix this, and it's semen in me. And so Odysseus pumps this chick full of Greek mayonnaise, and she eventually gets pregnant with his kid, and then he gets permission to leave, and she turns the men back, and then they go. This is a huge thing for Odysseus, though, because he wants to get back to his wife the whole time. Like Penelope is pretty smoking. Helen of Troy is the face that launched 1,000 ships. I mentioned earlier, Agamemnon wins her in a fight. He kicked Achilles' ass, and Odysseus's, and Ajax. Agamemnon's a badass. They always make him look snivelly and squirrely in these movies because he's supposed to be like the bad antagonist, but Agamemnon was the king of Sparta. He was a fucking murder factory. He beat Diomedes too. He wins Helen. Odysseus comes in like second place. He gets Penelope from this same contest. Penelope's a banger. She's played by Anne Hathaway in the movie. Pretty good casting job. Not enough naked Anne Hathaway. And she looked kind of bitchy and plain. Charlize Theron plays Calypso. And similar to Anne Hathaway, she's dressed way down. She doesn't look great. It's like Charlize Theron has a reputation of being pretty, but you wouldn't know it. Oh yeah, Calypso. That's the chick who drugs and basically date rapes Odysseus for 7 years. Not complaining that much, really, though. He kind of likes it. He's like, you know what? This island's pretty cool, and all of the sex is great. That's not that's in the movie. She's just sitting on the shore with him, giving him lotus flowers, and he's like, I don't remember anything, and nothing happens in this movie at all. But somewhere along the way, and this is why I was talking about all this. This is. The central theme of the movie is that Odysseus needs to get back home for his wife and son. He needs to get back to them. He needs to go be the husband and father because that's the role. That's the role, and this is the lesson. So men do have responsibilities, but the greater purpose is to be a husband and father and to be the ruler of their kingdom, whatever size it is. Odysseus needs to go back and be king. He needs to be the father to Telemachus, raise the next king, and he needs to fucking plow Penelope some more because he likes it. He likes her. This N-word, Christopher Nolan, the N-word being Nolan, he takes all of that out. He takes all of that out. Odysseus does not want to go home. He does not want to go home. He specifically says multiple times in the movie, I don't want to go home. Well, why are you trying to go home? Why is he trying to go home if he doesn't want to go? He doesn't have to go home. He didn't have to take those men home. Who cares? He just set up camp. They could have taken over Troy and started a new kingdom. He could have married young, right? Pumped out some other babies. He does this after the Odyssey in a different book. He does go to another land. After getting back to Penelope, he goes to another land, pumps out another baby. It's a big mess. We don't need to get into that because it's not in the Odyssey. Who cares? In the Odyssey, all he wants is to go home. All he wants. And everything's keeping him away. Gods are keeping him away. Obstacles, cyclopses, giants, nymphs that he has to have sex with. Calypso, who he has to have a lot of sex with. But in the movie, there's no motivation. None. And we can't figure out why. Why does Matt Damon want to go home? Like, why is he trying so hard to get home if he doesn't want to go? And these fucking losers are out here saying Christopher Nolan did like something magical and wonderful. It's like his story is internally inconsistent. His story doesn't make sense. That's the problem. It's not the wokeness. By the way, Ellen Page as Elliot Page was allegedly going to play Achilles, according to people. That's not true. It's kind of funny. The casting of Elliot Page is the fucking worst soldier, the least worthy soldier, the biggest pussy on the planet who shouldn't have gone to war. That's the role they gave Elliot Page, who is killed immediately in the movie. Killed immediately. Speared. Dead. So that's good. Deserved it. But yeah, it's not the wokeness that does this movie in. It is the fact that it does no honor to the source material. Not only that, it dishonors it specifically. It takes the opposite of what happened and tries to make a story out of it. And the story that it makes isn't good. It doesn't make sense. It's not satisfying. There isn't a moral lesson involved. Odysseus' moral lesson in the movie is that I have PTSD because when I decided to make a horse that would allow us to go in and rape and murder everybody in Troy, it happened. And I can't believe I did that. That's his moral dilemma in the whole movie. And he said, I have trauma and I'm not ready to go home. So I'm going to sit here with my other girlfriend, Calypso, and just fuck this chick forever. Except he doesn't do that. He just sits on a beach and eats drugs. And I've heard that that's not good. I heard you shouldn't just sit around eating drugs. So he goes and he sits around and eats drugs for 7 years. He's like, oh, now I'm over my PTSD. Now I'm going to go home, I guess. Still doesn't want to go. Shows up at home. A bunch of guys are trying to plow his wife. So he decides to kill some of them, not all of them. They missed everything about the Odyssey. All of it. All of the hubris, all of the wit, all of the guile, all of the character building of Odysseus. Every motive that matters for Odysseus doesn't matter in the movie. And there is no motive. There's just the dilemma. His dilemma is, I have PTSD and I can't go home. I'm not ready. I don't want to go. And his PTSD doesn't make any sense. He knew what would happen to Troy. He knew what would happen when he busted open the gates. He knew everybody in there would be killed. That was the whole thing. They were going to take the city. He's like, the weight of my decisions. It's like, you knew that going in. They acted like he was surprised. When you see these people online saying that it's a great movie and Nolan's vision is blah, 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 and it's a modernization, it's a great adaptation, it sucks. It's not good adaptation of the Odyssey, but it's also just not a good story. None of their motivations make any sense. None of their actions make any sense. I can't remember the word, the guy's name, Antonius or whatever, the lead, like, evil suitor. He sucks. He's not a charismatic leader who just doesn't happen to be a strong man because he was born in the era of weak men, while all the strong Greeks were at Troy. You know, he was left behind with the others, and none of them are burly. That's the whole message behind they can't string Odysseus's bow. Only he can, because you know he's a man of action, a man of power, purpose, and they're not. They're lazy slags. None of that's in there either. Nothing. Oh, also the wedding bed that Odysseus carved for Penelope. He carved it out of the olive tree where they met for the first time, and it became part of the palace. He built an entire palace for her around this place where they met. And he made the place where they met. It was so important to him that he made that their wedding bed. And they would go to sleep in every single night. but he doesn't want to get back. I don't want to go home. Yeah. And that's a huge thing because when he comes back, he's changed man. He's a changed man who spent a lot of time fucking Calypso. And now he's like, I don't know if I can face my wife about this. Right? But she's like, he's like, I'm not actually Odysseus. You know, I'm just a guy who served with him. And she's like, oh, if that's the case, can you move this bed? And that pisses him off because he's like, you know, I can't move this bed, you dummy, you dumb bitch, you stupid fucking bitch. Didn't you know, you fucking bitch, that I built that into a fucking tree for you, you bitch? And she's like, aha, you are Odysseus. He's like, fuck, I didn't want to come home. That's not in there. The wedding bed. These are critical themes. Again, think of this. He is so enthralled and enamored with this woman that he built a palace and a kingdom around the spot where they met. And the spot where they met is where they go back to every night. And then he's ripped away from it for 2 decades. All that man wants to do is nut in his bed again. In the book. But in the movie, nothing. None of that is there. Nothing at all. It is fucking garbage. DC killing spree, you're right. Odysseus is able to string the bow because he understands how the bow works, not through brute strength. Yes, but also, in my opinion, the generation of Odysseus and Agamemnon, Menelaus, and Diomedes was a generation of strong men that produced a generation of weak men, right? Good times, all those things. The good times ended at the Trojan War, but what was left behind were the old men and the young men, and the young men were not raised by hard men. The hard men were at war. And so they were soft, and they weren't smart. And yes, it said he knows how it works, but none of them could figure out how it works either. None of them knew anything. None of them endeavored to learn. None of them endeavored to create anything. They just raided his pantry every night. But all that's missing. All of that's missing from the movie. Everything important is missing. It's not a visual masterpiece, by the way. When they're saying like, it's the most captivating visual thing ever. It really isn't. It's not that good. I don't care what anybody says. The effects were fine, I guess. But I'm not sitting there jaw dropped by any of this shit. Nothing took me off guard. Nothing. I was not like, wow, how'd they do that? Everything's just, it wasn't underwhelming or overwhelming. It was just whelming. Everything was just whelming. All right. I think I'm done like talking about it. I just wanted to give like a kind of a thorough breakdown. And there's more. There's a lot more to it. But ultimately, it keeps coming back to the same thing. The Odyssey is this epic poem about being a man. The journey of an adult male is the Odyssey. That's it. That's the whole thing. Whatever Christopher Nolan produced, whatever it is, the message is not the journey of an adult man. The message is, get therapy. Don't do drugs. It's like if your drug dealer girls got you just eating Lotus on the beach for 7 fucking years, you're wasting your life, I guess. But why would you care? You're not fixed and you don't want to go home. While he's eating Lotus, he still doesn't want to go home. He gets mad at her for feeding him drugs that make him forget and make him lose track of time. And then he eats them again right away because drugs are cool, I guess. I don't know. I've never tried them. This is what story is this? Oh, Athena's in it. Zendaya is cast as Athena. The gods are basically absent from the movie. It's like they wanted to demythify, right? Well, we don't want gods and their magic, but they're there. Like they are there. Poseidon's like giving a blowjob to the storm, and Zeus is like kind of like you don't see him, but he's just represented by thunder and lightning. And then Athena is always like next to Odysseus, not saying anything. She doesn't have lines. She just sits there with a stupid fucking look on her face. Like, you know, when you go up and there's like a woman who's trying to work out like some sort of machinery, maybe at a gym, maybe it's just like the drink thing at a restaurant or whatever. And like you walk up behind her and you're just waiting. And then nothing's working. Like, she's like, I don't know how to get ice. And so she looks at you and doesn't say anything. And she's just like, that's Athena, the goddess of wisdom. That's her. She doesn't say anything. She doesn't impart wisdom. She criticizes Odysseus or Telemachus for like 10 seconds. She's in the movie for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Why? Why is she in the movie at all? Just take her out. She's pointless. Athena is a critical feature of the Odyssey because she's the one trying to teach the moral lessons to Odysseus that he's not learning to get him home, and he won't do it. He won't learn them. She's just completely pointless in the movie. I fucking hate it. I'm still mad. All right, I'm going to stop talking about this. We got some super chats that I've been neglecting, and they're big ones, and so like I definitely want to hit them, and then we'll wrap up the show. This has been a long show. Drinky Crow says, I slipped and fell. Deeks do weird things. I agree. Deeks do weird things. Thank you for the large super chat. Drinky Crow says, how would you set up a fall guy? What, in the murder of Charlie Kirk? How would I set up a fall guy? I don't know. I don't frame people for crimes. Do I look like Israel? Like, don't answer that, actually. Don't you dare. Why do we need a fall guy? This is actually one of my questions about the Charlie Kirk thing. Why do I need a fall guy? Pyramid 7 says Lotus Flower isn't that strong. Well, no, you're talking about modern Lotus Flower. 80s Lotus Flower was way more pure, and it would fuck you up. Well, why do we need a fall guy? Like, couldn't the Jews stealth killed Charlie Kirk, and no one can figure out who did it. They all think it's Tyler Robinson, but they're wrong. So he's just a patsy to cover up the real murderer, whom we'll never find because the Jews are good at this. You're the best. You're the best around. Nothing's gonna ever bring you down. You're the best around. Packy's never gonna bring you down. Sorry. So why do we need a fall guy? I know that's a common theme is like, well, he's the fall guy. He's the patsy. He's the one. Why do we need that? It's like, I guess because it's like when we find the patsy and we stop looking for the real killer, is that what it is? But who cares what the real killer, like, why do we need, I feel like a Mossad agent could have killed Charlie Kirk and then either gotten away or not gotten away. Isn't he committed to the cause? I mean, the Nazi hunters were like, some of them, they were ready to go to prison. They were ready to be killed, whatever. So like, obviously if the Jews are going to kill Charlie Kirk, who's worse than the Nazis, right? You'd think that they would just kind of forever. Why do we need a fall guy? I don't know. I don't know. Do we have any? I don't have any answers. And no one's giving me answers in the chat. So I don't know, man. I don't know how I would set one up. I don't know why you would set one up in the first place. Just have your agent kill Charlie Kirk. There's a million ways they could have killed Charlie Kirk. Like, I guess they wanted to kill him in front of everybody. Is that the idea? Because it's a terror thing, I suppose. It's not just a political assassination or a hit, because they could have just poisoned him in his sleep or had him go hunting with Scalia or whatever. So they could have killed him in any number of ways. They chose to do it here at this public event in Mormontown. Christy says, as a lawyer, I would have thought Nick watched the preliminary hearing. I was trying to, but I had a bunch of shit come up then, and I wasn't home. And I'm probably going to watch them still. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. We might start watching them this weekend. I don't know. But again, I still don't understand. Like, I don't understand why whoever killed Charlie Kirk needs a fall guy. Here's the problem with the fall guy. The fall guy presumes that the actual murder causer, probably not the trigger man, but whoever is causing the murder, must be sufficiently important and powerful to create the circumstances of the fall guy. Like, they have to make a fall guy occur, right? Like, that has to happen. Why do they do this? Why do they need to do this? Why they could just kill him to tie up loose ends. Why do they need to tie up loose ends? Christy says, okay, let's say you're right. Show the evidence that refutes preliminary evidence. No, I believe the preliminary evidence. Well, you're probably missing my sarcasm. You're probably missing my sarcasm. I don't care what people believe about it. Right now, I'm going with the preliminary evidence. I think they've presented enough evidence that Tyler Robinson would be found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, unanimously by a jury right now, just based on the preliminary hearings. And that's not fair because the defense doesn't get to present their case. But I have no faith in Nestor to present a good case. But that's where I am. So I'm probably miscommunicating because I'm telling a joke. Well. Christy says, I got to bring this up. This is fun. Christy says, okay, so you didn't watch the prelims, so stop saying it was a conspiracy. Listen, you were talking to a girl who was an early adopter about the jab. No, but like, I'm not actually saying it was a conspiracy. I agree with the preliminary evidence for the most part, as far as I've seen. I think you're misunderstanding. I think you and I are on the same side. We're on the same page. I think Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk at this point. That's what I think. So I think my dry delivery should have lubed it up. I think that was confusing. Sorry about that. I'll never do it again. I promise. Wolfgang Teo says some money for a haircut. Oh, I'm not going to use it for a haircut. You can't tell me what to. Don't you force that on me.
Better modern take is Grendel movie. Stone Age caveman versus Vikings, not Helen of Detroit.
Helen of Detroit. Holy shit. Palooka Job says my late 80s classics prof. Rest in peace. Yeah, man. I love the Odyssey. I'm not an expert on it. There's a bunch I don't remember. I tried to reread it the other day, and I have this problem now. When I was in my 20s, I could read a book really quickly. My narcolepsy works different these days. If I sit down and read, I can get through 3-4 pages maybe, and I'm out. I fall asleep. But yeah, like people who are actual like experts about that, they're angry. They're angry about it. They don't think, it's not a faithful adaptation. The other thing is it gets it wrong. So there's a big theme in there about the law of Zeus and it's the hospitality thing. And literally, Nolan gets it backwards. The main places it's brought up, the rule of hospitality is brought up at Circe's, but Odysseus doesn't violate the rule of hospitality at Circe's. Neither do his men. Not in the movie. In the books, they do because they get all handsy with the nymphs. But that's not the problem. Circe isn't a problem. If you act perfectly with Circe, you'll be fine. But the men didn't. And that's why she said their true nature was exposed. I didn't do this to them. They did this to themselves. It's their own fucking fault. And that's not in the movie, of course. In the movie, they acted actually perfect. In the movie, they were actually perfect, and Cersei was just a bitch. Doesn't make sense. Why is this? Where's the moral lesson there? They show up. Cersei runs from them because she thinks she's going to get raped. Eurylochus takes his head off and reveals that he is actually an Indian convenience store owner. And he says, whoa, 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 we will not hurt you. We will turn on your Windows PC and send us your information. We will not hurt you. And they don't. They don't hurt her. And then they're like, we're just looking for food. We're really hungry. We're out at sea. We need supplies and food. Do you know where we can get some? And she's like, eat this food that I made right now. So they're like, oh, okay. They take one bite and they're immediately pigs. Or like they're immediately starting the transformation. Then she comes up. Now, I will say the transformation into the pigs was awesome. Like, that was a cool scene. But that's it. I still want my bikini-clad nymphs running around. Oh, and there's a Korean. This is the word. There's a Korean Greek. There's a Korean Greek. He offs himself. The sirens are singing. Odysseus is lashed to the mast. He doesn't put anything in his ears so he can hear the siren song, feel the weight of the siren song. This is a different siren song that's in the book. In the book, they're like, we will suck your penis. And so all the guys are like, that sounds good. And they crash their boats trying to get a blowjob. Understandable. In this one, Odysseus cries and then falls unconscious. So that sounds like, I don't think that's a blowjob song. Maybe he doesn't want. But the Korean guy looks at Odysseus, he's like, wow, he's crying and miserable and screaming in agony. I'm going to try that. And he takes the beeswax out of his ear. And then he's like, oh no, this is great. And he wants to go fuck the nymphs. So he jumps out of the boat and swims towards them. And it's like, he's Korean. He's actually Korean. Boosh says there's also a Black Greek and a Twink Greek. Okay, on the Black Greek, there wouldn't be necessarily a Black Greek, right? But the idea that there wouldn't be anybody black around that area, like there could be. I don't think Helen and Clytemnestra would have been the wives of the Spartan kings. I'm just gonna say that. I don't think they would be black. I don't think that's. I think they would have been Greek and hot. That's my thought on it. But the Mediterranean's a crescent, and at the bottom of the crescent's a bunch of black people. So you keep sailing around, you'll eventually find them. And then you have slavery, and you just take them back. But like the possibility that there could be some like Egyptians or whatever who have migrated up towards Greece. Like we know the Greeks traded with Egyptians. We know that there were Greeks in Egypt. We know that there were Egyptians in Greece. Like we know that. We've found tombs of both. So like that's a thing that could have happened. A Korean would have to cross Asia with nothing. He would have to cross Siberia or China and the Himalayas? Like, how? When? There's no evidence of that. The spice trade would come much later. Much later. Anyway. Whoa, shit. So, SF, aka SF, says you should just do streams talking about these books. I don't know. Like, I don't know if people actually like this. I'm ranting for me. I don't know if people actually like hearing me just be fucking pissed off about literature and storytelling. I'm not sure. I hope you guys are entertained by it or learn something from it. I don't know. But I know, like, a lot of my friends do that. Like, they have their movie review channels and shit, or they talk about stuff like this. I don't really know how. I don't care about that many things to sustain a whole channel, but What I really want to do is what I do every couple of years. I want to reread Ilium and Olympus by Dan Simmons. I strongly, if you guys like mythology and sci-fi and Shakespeare and everything, Ilium and Olympus are two, like, it's one of the greatest, it's one of the best stories I've ever read. I like to read it every now and then. It incorporates a lot of, not the Odyssey, a little bit of the Odyssey, actually in a crazy sense, but a lot of the Iliad is in there. Although it goes completely batshit wrong. That's good. And then the best modern retelling of the Trojan War, not the Odyssey, but the Trojan War itself, that I've read was it's a 3-part book series by David Gemmell. He would die while writing the 3rd book. And it starts off with Lord of the Silver Bow. And then the 2nd book is called Shield of Thunder. And the 3rd book is called Sword of Kings, I think. Fall of Kings. Sorry, the 3rd book is Troy, Fall of Kings. They're by David Gemmell. They're phenomenal. You can get all these on Kindle. But if you want an interesting take on the Iliad, one that I think is a little bit, how do I word this? Probably a little bit more true and accurate to how things kind of played out with the war. Not like these people like knew each other, right? Like the Trojan princes, Hector, Paris, there's a bunch of other ones, and like their cousin Aeneas or whatever, his name sounds kind of like Aeneas. These guys would trade with the Greeks. Like when the Greeks went to go sack Troy, it's not like they were strangers. They traded with each other. They would land their ships at each other's places and take on their hospitality. They knew them. These wars were not fought amongst strangers. These wars were fought amongst neighbors. And that book has really got a nice practical sort of approach to all that. It's really interesting. Or those 3 books, it's really interesting. But most importantly, if you like the TV show Rome, which follows Lucius Vorenus and Titus Pullo, there are 2 characters in the Troy books by David Gemmell that are just like them. And I don't know which one came first. One may be based on the other. They're really similar, though. It's Banacles and Calides, and they're Mycenae, Sparta area warriors who get caught up in this war. And like they're like, again, they're on multiple sides of this thing because these people all know each other, and there's some shifting loyalties and stuff that in the book, the Iliad, it's not really there. But this is kind of like supposed to be a little bit more practical, maybe. And it takes out there's no magic or mythology in the Gemmell books. It's kind of like, this is what it probably was really like, is I guess the idea. Great books though. Really fantastic. Some of the best characters ever. You should read them. But anyway, that's all I got for today. I do, those of you who do like the literature talk, I'm going to invite Sargon on to talk about, because he's like Twitter's AI has picked Sargon out and said, yeah, he didn't even like the Christopher Nolan Troy or Odyssey. And I would love to talk about it with Sargon. I like him. Obviously, podcast of Lotus Eaters, so he's a huge fucking nerd. I haven't talked to Sargon in a long time, not since my arrest and all that. So, but he's always interesting and smart. You don't have to agree with him, but he has his points, and he's worth listening to. And on this type of stuff, he sounds British, so I trust him. All right. Okay, guys. I am going to go to bed. Thanks for hanging out. I would like to do something this weekend. I just don't know the exact schedule yet. I'll announce it when I can. You guys have been amazing tonight, like absolutely insane. Except for one area. I need you to slap that like button. I need you to I don't know how to say anything. Like everything I'm thinking of is like too offensive to say. I need you to beat it like a Michael Jackson song. Or like a Jackson child if you're Joe Jackson. Beat it. Slap that like button. And thanks for watching. We'll see you guys soon. Have a good night. Be encouraged. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an odd bag of bow, more of that frog. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we are now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out